The one I was most proud of was deputy or chief.
That was good. That was clever. That was
Very
really,
proud of that.
yeah, that was a good one. Let's see, we have attendees.
Or director or chief, that's what it was.
Mhm.
Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Lindsay. Can you hear me? This is Lena.
Hi, Supervisor Fowler. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm on my phone today.
Okay, thank you.
For everyone on the Zoom, are we live now yet, Lindsay?
Yes, we are live on the YouTube stream.
Okay. Just for those that are on the Zoom link for staff and board, we're experiencing some technical issues, and so we're going to be starting in a few minutes. We had to do some last minute items, but we'll be there shortly.
Stuff.
Is that you, Supervisor Ryan?
Lindsay?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I just hopped on. This is Matt. Okay. I think I heard the question asking about me. Okay.
Lindsay, I'll check on Supervisor Begay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Patrice is at home trying to get on. She's going to get on our iPad.
Okay, Chair is here. She is being promoted.
Oh, good.
And weird, huh?
Your internet's out.
Internet's out at home, so if it's Suddenlink, we have Suddenlink too. So
But you've got your iPad is on and your camera's on.
is yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Is Matt able to do this?
Matt is on.
Yep. I'm here. On Suddenlink on this side of town. Huh? There you go.
We are just missing Supervisor Begay. I know she was trying to get to another location to get on.
No, it won't work here. I'm on the my iPad.
Okay, you mean you're not?
Madam Chair, Lindsay, Supervisor Begay has gone to get another connection as well. Angela is monitoring her ETA.
Thank you, Sue.
Let's see. Do we have Siri?
We do have quorum.
Is Siri on?
Siri is on and she's just being promoted.
Excellent. Hey Siri, can you can you show your PowerPoint when you get to that point? Can you share? All right, good. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry.
Still not funny.
I believe it is actually funny.
I'm sure it gets old after a while, right, Siri?
Yeah, sometimes.
So is the county on Suddenlink? Is that it?
That's correct, Madam Chair. That's one of
Okay.
the things that would be great is to get a second major provider into Flagstaff.
Yeah, that would be good.
Oh, we just lost Supervisor Fowler. Her phone dropped, so I'll keep an eye out. She's joining by telephone.
And Chair, we do have quorum with Supervisor Ryan and Vice Chair.
Okay, well, let's go ahead then and we'll get it started. And just for the public who might be with us, we're having, many of us left the county building because we had internet problems, only to come home and find out we have internet problems. So we're running a few minutes late. We will try to go forward here. So good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, and we're here for a special session this afternoon of the Board of Supervisors. Our first order of business is a call to order, and I'm Patrice Horstman, and I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the supervisor for District 1. Good afternoon, all. District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us. My name is Carolina Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
District 3.
This is Matt Ryan from District 3. Happy to be here.
All right, Matt, and District 4. I think Supervisor Begay was having some technical difficulties. I know she's at the county. Is she able to be with us?
Madam Chair, she actually left and went to a second site to get better connectivity.
Well, I hope she has better luck than I had.
You bet.
So-
Angela is monitoring her ETA.
All right, very good. So District 5, Lena Fowler. And I think Lena's home, isn't she? Or
She was on my phone and she'll be reconnecting. Her phone call dropped.
all right. Well, members of the public and members of the board, we do have a quorum, so we will proceed and hope that our technical difficulties will dissipate here as we go forward. Our next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So for those that can, if you can please rise, and our clerk will put the pledge and a flag up, and let's go ahead and honor our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're back with items on our agenda. The next item is the call to the public. And members of the public, this is the time that if you have questions, concerns, or comments to make for items that are not on the agenda, we are here to listen to you. And we look forward to hearing from you. You have 3 minutes. Of course, this is a public meeting, so we ask that you remain professional in your comments, in the manner of your comments. With that, I'm going to turn this over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you members of the public can join us here for the call to the public.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anybody would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. You just hit that raise hand icon and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public, please join us.
And at this time, we have no hands raised.
Right, last call, members of the public. This is the call to the public portion. Any item not on the agenda that you would like to address the board on, please, now is your time.
And there are still no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, very good. Well, then we are going to go forward with our agenda.
I'll
Our
just
next,
note, Chair, that Supervisor Fowler has joined us. She is on the meeting.
very good. Supervisor Fowler is with us. That is District 5. Thank you for joining us, Supervisor Fowler. We are moving on. We are now at the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. Consent agendas are items that are more ministerial or administrative in nature. These can be handled through one motion and one vote and not discussed or handled individually. We have items 1 through 10, and I am asking my colleagues, members of the Board of Supervisors, if there is any item they would like to remove from the consent agenda. If so, we will remove it for individual discussion, individual motion, and individual vote. And if there is not an item to be removed from the consent agenda at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda 1 through 10 as presented.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, just pausing for a minute. I know that everybody's trying to get connected. And just wanted to see, Lindsay, do you have Billy Francis out in the audience by chance?
He is here. I can go ahead and promote him if you'd like.
And because
Would you like to remove?
yeah,
an
Madam
item?
Chair, if we could, as a courtesy to Billy, as well as on behalf of Supervisor Begay, I'd like to.
We will go ahead and remove item 3 from the consent agenda. Any other items to remove? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda 1 through 10, exclusive of number 3?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda items 1 through 10, removing item 3, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have approved the consent agenda. And item 3, as was indicated by Supervisor Ryan, is consideration and possible action to appoint Billy Francis, our wonderful Coconino County employee and Workforce Development Director, to the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for a term to expire on December 31st, 2026. I'm going to turn this over to you, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could have read that for you just in case. Looks like you need some water there. Actually, and this is on behalf of Supervisor Begay. She did reach out to me when she decided that she was going to appoint Billy, and this is, as noted, for our ADAC, as we call it by acronym, or as noted, the African Diaspora Advisory Council. And so it's really a great opportunity. I did have a chance to talk to Billy a little bit earlier and look forward to his commitment to being on this committee and helping us with the committee. And so I also wanted to provide an opportunity, if I may, Madam Chair, for Billy to comment.
Billy, good to see you this afternoon.
Hey, well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, County Manager Peru. Thank you all for the opportunity to allow me to serve on this board. We're looking forward to doing everything that we can to get the voice of the people of Coconino County to the ears of the board members. We're looking to serve in every capacity that we can. We're truly excited to join the efforts that are being made by the ADAC committee, and we're looking forward to being an important and impactful member of that group and serving in every capacity that we can. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to serve. And please, board members, if you ever have opportunity on how I can be a better assistance to the ADAC committee or to any initiative going on in Coconino, please don't hesitate to reach out.
I left my mute
Thank
on,
you,
or
Billy.
put my mute on.
Yeah.
And just one other piece, and this is for the sake of the board, and this is an item that I discussed with Billy, but had attempted to reach out to board members just to encourage them. We do have some vacancies for this board, and so definitely encouraging working together with the board to see if we can get additional recruitment to just increase the vitality of the board, which would be wonderful. And I don't know if Supervisor Begay came back or not, but Madam Chair, I leave it in your hands there.
I do not see her back, so would you like to make the motion, Supervisor Rye?
So yes, I will, Madam Chair. With great pleasure on behalf of Supervisor Begay, I move that we appoint Billy Francis to the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for a term to expire on December 31st, 2026.
Very good. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of appointing Billy Francis to Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for a term to expire at December 31st, 2026, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right. I believe I heard all the ayes, and it is unanimous. So thank you for serving, Billy. We really appreciate your service to Coconino County and to this very, very important advisory council. Really appreciate it. Members of the board, we are moving on. And by the way, if this helps, because I know Supervisor Begay is still out there, it does not appear to be a problem with our home internet. It appears to be a problem with the settings on our computers from the county. And so it looks like I'm on. And so once we get this discussion item, I'm going to switch back to my computer instead of my iPad. And so hopefully, Lindsay, you can get me back in. So, but before we do that, let's go ahead and start a discussion item. This is a discussion of possible direction on trends, forecasts, and challenges to the county general fund, including discussion of the 10-year plan, a strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats, guess that's SWOT, analysis, factors related to special revenue funds, the availability of grants and related matching funds, expenditure limitations, inflation, staffing, and strategic and capital initiatives. And I'm turning this over to the county manager, and I am going to be switching computers here for just taking you about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll wait for Madam Chair to switch over so that she's not losing some of the conversation here, so. Let's see. Lindsay, can you see if the chair made the transition?
I'm still
Yep.
showing her as a panelist. I don't know if
Yep.
she's.
She just joined in.
Uh,
Chair, can you hear us?
I can. Leave. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Great. So I will start the presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thanks for providing the time today to speak about the general fund, and some notes to make before we switch the slide. And Siri's going to be switching the slide for me. So Siri and I are co-presenting today. In addition to when I get through each of the slides, I'm going to be asking for feedback from our other deputy managers, Sue, Andy, and Lucinda, for items that I may have missed. But in terms of introduction, today is the beginning of a budget discussion that will continue throughout the next few months. And next week, we're going to be having a discussion on the 20th on last year's audit. And then from there in January, we're going to be having time with the board. And then throughout the spring, we'll be having discussions with the board on the budget, which culminates into the adoption of the budget in early summer. Today's the start of the discussion. We're going to be focusing it on the general fund. Throughout the past year, and several times during the past year, board members have asked important questions about, well, what about the general fund? And these questions from board members have come throughout the past year, especially as it came when we were discussing the American Rescue Plan. And so, as the board knows, and everyone on the call today in the public, through the American Rescue Plan, the county received resources in order to provide funding in terms of for needed services. And so when we looked at the funding that we received through ARPA, one of the big questions that we had then, and we still have today, is how do we maintain that going forward? And again, throughout the board discussion, board members did ask, well, how are we going to do that? And what about the general fund? And then from there, the general fund questions were also asked as related to our emergency response. And so, as we know here, given the flooding, the fires, the flooding that we've had this past year, significant investments have been directed towards the neighborhoods, as well as in the form of grant matches to help us respond to the issues that have been raised and the concerns, as well as the emergency itself. So again, the board has asked, well, what about the general fund? And then, so again, the purpose today is to provide additional information, which I'll get to in a moment. Looking at the title of the presentation, Preserving the General Fund, using the word preserving is key. While not necessarily focusing the general fund in terms of a dollar amount, the important point here is that the fact is the general fund as a major fund, supports the majority of the county operation. So as a fund, it is key to most, if not all, county operations. Yet at the same time, the general fund, as we all know, is comprised of two revenue sources, each of which have their own weaknesses as well as strengths. So again, preserving the general fund, using the word is intentional, because as I indicated, preserving this fund is key to the operation of the county overall. The subtitle, Managing a 10-Year Financial Plan, references a method which was created back in 2006 and 2007 by our former finance director, then Deputy County Manager, Mike Townsend, and the work that he did in creating our framework, which has been carried forward by Siri Mullaney, our current CFO. And it's a framework that has served us well. It has provided us the opportunity to look ahead. The 10-year planning process helped us navigate the Great Recession in 2008 and 9 and 10, and it serves us well today. And so again, the 10-year plan is important for what we do. We can go to the next slide, Siri. So the elements of the county's financial plan, and then the next slide. So one of the things that we added today was a graphic. For me, in terms of learning and absorbing information, I do better when I have a graphic or some kind of a visual for me to reference. And I'm gonna just orient you to the graphic here. For those of you that have the handout, looking at the graphic as we go through the next slide might be a good way to kind of compare the two together. And so you can kind of toggle back and forth to that. So, but let me just orient you to this graphic. And so in the middle, the center of the universe, if you want to call it that, is the general fund. As I said, it is the key fund, is the main fund that supports all county operations, but yet, as we know in the box right above it, it's growth dependent on legislative authority and economic cycles. And so those, again, the two main sources in the general fund, property taxes and sales taxes, each have their vulnerabilities as well as their strengths based in terms of legislative authority as well as the economic cycle. And then below that, grants and match. And so we rely heavily as an organization on grants that come to us from a number of sources, predominantly from the federal government, but we also get grants from the state, which of course probably gets funding from the federal government. So we use a lot of grants to help support specific programs, and that grant revenue is restricted. On the right side of the graphic, you'll see alternate revenue sources. And these are steps that previous boards and the current board have taken in order to help alleviate the general fund from the pressures of supporting all operations that we see here. So the jail district tax, which was formed 20 some years ago and which was just renewed during the last general election. Prior to that, prior to having a general fund, it was the general fund. Prior to having a sales tax or a jail tax, rather, it was the general fund. The Public Health Services District, again, prior to having this district, which the board formed, it was the general fund that supported it. Now, the flood control and transportation, those are restricted to those purposes in terms of the flood control and associated uses, and then the county road tax, which came into being. And while it does not have a direct tie to the general fund, it can be seen as an alternative to what could be, if we had to do additional funding that could possibly come to the general fund, because the general fund can be used in a number of purposes. Down below the three ovals, you see are the areas that we look at in terms of the 10-year plan, our expenditure limits. So again, that is legislatively set. And so if we are bumping up against the expenditure limit, we may have the funding, but if we are bumping up the limit, we may not be able to use those funds. And so that's why it's key to what we do. And then finally, our fiscal policies. Our fiscal policies is what drives their activity in how we manage funds throughout the county. And then top of the left side, current needs. And again, these are current needs here and now today. So services and operations, again, everything that we do as an organization, 1,200 employees out each and every day providing services to the public. That is a service. The operations that we support, those happen each and every day. And so how we look at and manage those going forward, knowing that each year the needs of our community grow and therefore we need to respond accordingly. Compensation and benefits, that's the largest portion of the expense pie when we look at compensation for 1,100 to 1,200 employees, as well as the associated benefits to go that. And then current needs, new FTEs. We've, in the last few weeks or months rather, we have stated that a fact here at the county is that we have about 1,100 to 1,200 employees based on seasonal hires, et cetera. But if you go back in time, 20 years ago, we had the same number of employees. And so we've been extremely efficient, if not conservative, in how we grow our operation and the county in terms of FTEs. But at the same time, we've not had cycles in which we've had to do mass layoffs. And in fact, in the Great Recession in 2008 and 9, we didn't lay off anyone as a result of the fact that we had managed the operation of the county as efficiently as possible. It's not to say, however, that we do not need additional FTEs. Instead, these are current needs. Below, long-term commitments, and these are the items that at some point in time we are going to want to take to the next level of discussion in terms of action planning, action executing, all that. So long-term flood mitigation, and throughout the last year, based on the last 6 months, especially based on the work of Flood Control District and under the leadership of Flood Control District Director and Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani, through her and the staff, we have brought to the board a lot of information relative to some of the long-term mitigation that is out there to do in the affected areas. And then part and parcel to that is forest restoration, because we know for a fact that most times, not all the time, but most times, forest restoration is going to be key to the solutions that we have with the problem of post-wildfire flooding. And then our final area is the facilities master plan. Looking at the county operation, in terms of our facilities, the long-term need is going to involve investments in our facilities. We have investment needs now, especially when we look at our courthouse and other facilities. It would be again, these are things that we're going to need to tee up in the next few years, if not sooner. So again, that's a graphic. I'm going to go through some of the slides that tease out some of the things that I just said here, but it provides a graphic reference that you can use to toggle back and forth between the slides. Okay, so the next slide, please. So again, the general fund overview, and again, I'll ask Siri and the others staff to help if I miss anything to chime in as we go through each of the slides. Is indicated primary revenue sources for the general fund are sales taxes and property taxes, and then fees for service, which are limited to those services and don't represent a major, but they do represent revenues coming in. Sales taxes, of course, is dependent on the economy. When the economy is good, sales tax revenue is good. Property taxes, not, we have a set rate. We do have, I believe, the lowest now. We used to kind of compete, if you will, with Greenlee County, but I believe we do have the lowest property tax rate for the county general fund in the state of Arizona. And then when we look at managing fluctuating revenues, growth dependent factors, legislative authority, and then also there is some options when we look at taxpayer overrides, and I'll ask Siri to expand upon that in a moment. Anchoring principles. When we created this framework back in 2007 and 8, one of the key components was to create revenue smoothing. And so revenue smoothing is not so much a fund as it is a practice. We have built into the budget the ability through fund balance, the ability to smooth out times when the revenues dip drastically. Examples were during COVID, during the Great Recession, where we had to backfill, if you will, through fund balance, and we smoothed the revenue in order to deal with the financial things that we were experiencing at that time. We have an emergency contingency policy that has a percentage that's built into it. And then we also look at consideration of one-time versus reoccurring. One-time, and one of the key components of that is one-time costs should be covered by one-time revenue, and reoccurring costs by reoccurring revenue. And that's a really important strategy that we've used for the last many years. And then our biggest financial management tool is our 10-year plan. So staff, did I miss anything on this slide?
No, I think that was great, Steve.
Siri, did you want to just quickly do a couple more comments on the taxpayer override?
Sure. Thank you, Steve, and members of the board. So when we talk about the growth dependent factors, we do have the option to ask the taxpayers to do an override to our primary property tax. As Steve mentioned, and I'll confirm, we are the lowest primary property tax rate in Arizona, but we could ask the voters at a November election for a secondary tax override. That's limited to no less than 2 years if we were to ask for that, but no more than 7. So it would still have to be in 7-year increments, which is helpful, but it also, thinking of one time versus recurring, we would constantly sort of be up against that renewal effort, if you will, because every time we're getting close, we would need to go back and ask for the authority if we were adding recurring expenses. But it is an opportunity that the board still does have available to them with taxpayer approval.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. So other county revenues, special taxing districts, and some do require maintenance of effort, jail tax, as well as the public health services district. We went over the fact that the board throughout the years have taken affirmative positive steps to preserve the general fund by creating other revenue sources. And again, these are the sources of revenue that can be provided through current legislation. Right now, one of the big pieces, though, going back to county authority, is that the counties as a whole at this time do not have the legislative authority to address the county sales tax, I believe is the amount. So the county sales tax is set legislatively at the state level, not locally. And so for those that may look at the benefit of local control in terms of us being able to determine our future, well, as a local board, as a board of supervisors, since the county is a political subdivision of the state, we do not have that authority right now. So again, that's a vulnerability when we look at the fact that our general fund is predominantly funded by the sales tax, yet we do not have legislative authority to do anything other than what we have right now. Other districts that have been created, Flood control we talked about, and then the transportation tax that was created, I believe, back in 2012. And then other funding sources that have the potential to create that would have additional that would have the potential to create an additional obligation to the general fund. Grants, federal and state programs, et cetera, special programs or funding sources. And again, the reason we note that it has a potential to create an additional obligation is that when we do seek grants and we create the service that aligns with that grant, we have created a new service or additional, so we've expanded a service. And so we've used the funding through other grants and other sources to create that ability to expand the program or to create the program. But when that grant or that revenue, that special revenue does drop off, in terms of things that come and go, and I'm going to say with all due respect to COVID is still happening right now. Obviously, it's been detrimental and devastating to many, but at some point in time, the funding for COVID-related programs will start to trend downward as a matter of just the fact that it came, and it's at some point it'll be, it'll have a change in funding going forward. A new source of funding, opioid funding, and that is coming through a national settlement that occurred. But again, those are special revenue funds that allow us to respond accordingly and to create new programs. But that funding source will eventually drop off, and therefore we do need to make some decisions about sustaining those services and programs that we did create going forward. Any other comments here, staff?
Steve, I would just note for chair and the board members that Supervisor Begay has joined us.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's see the next slide. Annual general fund costs, again, services and operations, as I indicated, in the county is a service organization. All of the services that we provide countywide are funded, as I indicated, through the general fund and other major funding sources, but that's a big piece of it. Compensation and benefits, of which last year, with staff recommendation, we created a 5-year plan with a compensation fund to follow. And so we funded that to provide the ability for us to go forward in some predictability in the area of compensation and benefits. And so the compensation fund was created last year, and the initial 5-year funding was provided at that time. Repair and replacement of our buildings in terms of work that needs to happen maintenance wise, repair and replacement fund was created, and we also have some funding for modest capital expenditures throughout. And so these categories fall within the general fund. Other comments here?
I would just note, Steve, if you don't mind, that the repair and replacement funds, there's one for IT, there's one for facilities, and they are also on rolling 10-year plans that run along with our 10-year financial plan. So at any given time, we have a 10-year amount that we include in the 10-year plan for those. And then the modest capital expenditures are things like small remodels, any work we might do. For instance, the update to the master plan that we're doing, just the update, not any of the construction we might do as a result of that, if we do that, but the update itself, that planning work would be considered a modest capital expenditure.
Thank you.
Just excuse me, if I may, probably of note is even though we have a repair and replacement fund, it is not comprehensive.
Yeah.
In essence, you can say there is a structural deficit associated with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, that is correct. And it doesn't, the repair and replacement fund that we have doesn't cover all things. It covers the largest cost replacement items that we may have in our buildings or in our longer term assets.
Okay. Thank you. Other comments? Okay. Next slide. Ongoing challenges, expenditure limit, as we indicated before, depending on where we're at in our expenditure limit, which is legislatively set, organizations and institutions may run up against the inability to spend additional funding if you're at that expenditure limit. reductions, and we have in some cases, I know we've looked at reductions in the past. Reductions in force are last resort, and again, we were able to navigate around that in the Great Recession, and also when we had the economy to take a drastic change during COVID. We did the same thing, and we can use hiring strategies, we can freeze positions, there's attrition, but to look at reductions in terms of layoffs, that is definitely a last resort that we try to stay away from. Additions to full-time FTEs are limited, and we have evidence and obviously a track record to show that as an organization, we've not grown it as much as we probably should in some cases. I think that as all organizations, depending on what they're doing and the types of work they're in, should grow over time. And our FTE growth has been flat for some time now. As a result of that, we use temporary employees to help us with some of the work that needs to be done. We also have a dependency on overtime, and then another, of course, ongoing challenge is the fact that we have limited authority to make any changes in our revenue picture. And then mandates. Mandates continue to be a part of our budget reality with regard to mandates from the state. That come in a lot of different forms, but as a political subdivision of the state, every year during the legislative season, the discussion happens at our level back to the legislature is to reduce, if not hold counties harmless from changes in expenditures that the legislature feels that the county should be doing. Any other comments here? Okay. Next. And okay, so the long-term challenges outside of annual budgeted expenses, service capacity and new programs. And so we know that.
Steve?
Yes, go ahead, Lena.
This is Lena. I was just wondering, for the sake of the public and those that may not know, it might be good to explain why we are the lowest property tax, and just explaining why we end up having the lowest property tax.
Okay. Siri, can you go over the legislative initiative that took place some time ago?
Yeah. Thanks, Siri.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Supervisor and Chair and members of the board. So it is a statutory restriction at this point that keeps us at the lowest property tax rate. But the way we got there, really, it's really punitive, and it really punishes us for our history of conservative financial management. Previously, we had property tax authority that was greater than the property tax that we were assessing. So we were holding that capacity, if you will, for growth, for future needs. It was strategic, it was planned, it was to benefit our citizens, so that all at once our county wasn't increasing property tax rates to our maximum allowable amount and burdening our taxpayers all at once. And so when you look at the history, our board here at Coconino County has been very conservative with their use of property taxes. So several years ago, probably about 15 years ago, we had additional authority. And what happened was there was a legislative change that said, you have this authority, you're not using it, so that means you don't need it. It was without conversation, it was without discussion of those organizations that hadn't been fully utilizing their capacity. Maybe they were saving it as we were for initiatives or projects or things at the time that they needed it. So what happened was the legislative change came in and capped us and said, whatever your current rate is, that's your new rate. And along with that, they did what's called the TNT legislation, everyone's favorite word from this morning, truth in taxation legislation. Where now, again, that growth is limited to a 2% increase. So basically an inflationary rate of 2%, regardless of real inflation, which we know is much higher, but a 2% increase in the amount of taxes we can collect. Not the tax rate itself, but the taxes we can collect. And so every year, of course, we then have to go and look at how much have our values changed. Our values tend to change more than 2%, maybe 3%, maybe 4%. So with that, because we can only increase our tax levy by 2%, our rate continues to be driven down. So we have a lower and lower rate every year that we can then assess, not only on our existing properties, but then on any new construction. So, you know, a while back, our rate was in the 60-cent range for an example. So any new construction coming on would be charged at 60, would be assessed taxes at a 60-cent rate. Over time, we're now below that. We are in the 50 range, so 50-cent range. And so we've also lost that capacity as a result of this restriction on our property taxes. So that's how we got really to be punished in having that lowest property tax rate in the state.
Great. Thank you. Again, on to other long-term challenges outside of the annual budget process. Again, service capacity.
Steve, if I may, just to follow up, Siri, if I may. And so if in fact we do not use the statutory increase for our property tax, what ends up happening to us over time?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the board. So currently it calculates every year. So if we didn't take advantage of that 2%, we wouldn't lose the authority. So our taxpayers could see instead, perhaps we hold that authority or we hold our property tax assessment the same as the year before. That is potential for the board to do that. And then maybe instead of doing a 2%, do a 4% or a 6% or a larger jump, like a stair step jump, right? So we're keeping our taxes flat and then we're jumping up more significantly, which can of course have greater impacts, of course, to our citizens seeing a larger increase all at once versus those incremental. But the other risk is that we run the risk of coming back to where we were with that legislation, and having new legislation could certainly come in at any point and say the same thing. You're not using your tax authority, we're going to refreeze you. So that's certainly a valid risk that we run by not taking advantage of our really minimal 2% increase every year, which is about $200,000. So again, as we look at the full county budget, I think that's a really important perspective as well. Our current county budget is in the range of $400 million, and that 2% gets us $200,000.
And Siri, if you can also sort of point the arrow also at our use of jail district, our ability to use some funds from the jail district as well, and the possibility of that authority being removed.
Yes, thank you, Sue, and members of the board. There are all sorts of legislative challenges that we can face, and we'll also talk about it a little bit more in our SWAT section. But currently, we are able in statute to use any revenue source to benefit any program in the county. So what that's looked like for us is using some of the jail district funds, but really strategically and targeted. So sales tax capacity in the jail district has helped pay for the obligation that we have for public safety retirement system costs. So while it is coming from the jail district as a restricted source, it's being pegged to the retirement system cost of $1 million and then $250,000 of annual technology improvements within the sheriff's office as well. So the intent and what the spirit of what the county board has done is use that flexibility language and tied it towards similar initiatives, that the taxpayers have approved from the jail district itself. So it's staying within the public safety realm and the sheriff's department itself within their budget. But again, that's something that every year comes back before the legislature, and they would like to change that. They had put it into place because of all the cost shifts that had happened during the Great Recession. The state budget was very tight. They had shifted many costs onto the county, as well as reducing our shared revenue and some of our grant programs. A lot of that has never been reinstated, and now we're living with a lot of those mandates. And so the spirit of allowing counties to only use 1.25 when really the mandates we were hit with are in the multi-million-dollar range was to help alleviate some of that. And every year we have to sort of advocate to keep that flexibility in, even though, of course, there's no talk of any of the additional mandates or cost shifts going away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Siri, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead, please. I thought I had unmuted. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Siri, just for the sake of education, do the legislators, when they're doing mandates, do they treat us differently because we have a lower tax rate than the higher tax rate, or is it all across the board equally?
Thank you, Supervisor. No, that would be ideal, but of course, no, they are not looking at the resources available to us as a county when doing those. Generally, if we are in any way separated out, it's as part of the more rural county look, but still, all those rural counties as well have been hit with mandates. So that's really the only differentiation that is sometimes made, but there are plenty of rural counties that have tax rates that are more than double ours, more than triple ours. In fact, we have rural counties with a tax rate that is 8 times higher than ours as well.
Thank you. So you see here on the slide, the service capacity, wanting to grow current services that we do provide. New programs are constrained based on terms of just the current general fund restrictions or limitations, if you will. Additional FTEs beyond traditional number of staff. Again, we've referenced several times in the presentation the fact that we as an organization, we have a small stat workforce in comparison to the coverage, geographic area, and the work that we do. Mercy disaster supports, it's hard to anticipate what's going to happen. We all kind of we lived through Schultz back in 2010, 11, 12, et cetera. And then in the last 2 years, it has all come back again. So with regard to our emergencies and our disaster supports, in an unfortunate way, we've gotten very good at working in this kind of reality. And so that's certainly part of what we do nowadays. Capital construction, all of our facilities at some point are going to be needing to have some renovation. Courts right now, as I said, need to have some expansion at some point in the future. And then looking out beyond the Flagstaff area, we have limited satellite offices throughout the county, and where the county is large as ours, we certainly could use additional satellite facilities that would serve as community hubs in those outlying areas. So that's been a need for a long time. Long-term flood mitigation, we talked about that, as well as forest restoration. These are long-term challenges or needs at the same time that we see on the horizon. Any other comments on this one? Okay. Next slide, and then I'm going to turn this one over to Siri. So she'll walk us through the other slides.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. So our next section, we're going to go a little bit over what the general fund is, what it isn't, and looking at the SWOT analysis. So this is something that we've seen in other presentations recently: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, just a really boiled down way to look at where we are with the general fund and a better way to understand it, if you will. So the first two sections, the strengths and weaknesses, we have some of them on the slide in front of you. So one thing about the general fund is that the general fund really is the catch-all for any revenue that doesn't come with a restriction or need to be legally set aside. So with that, a strength is that we can really use the revenue that's coming to the general fund for any government purpose. So if the county is allowed to do it in statute, typically we're allowed to do it by using general fund dollars. It's also our largest fund. We also have the long-term planning, all of the pieces that have been going on at Coconino County, for 2 decades now, long-term planning, having our fund balance policy. So we really have a strong handle on our general fund. We really have a strong outlook of what, it means to have a balanced general fund. What are our resources? What can we count on, and where do we have vulnerabilities? So that's definitely a strength of how we manage the general fund and the general fund itself. And we do have the ability to make adjustments. So in times where we have had lower revenues, we try to use our revenue smoothing first to maintain services, but we also have some flexibility again to say, maybe we are going to do a little less of this, or we're going to hold off on some of our one-time. We just talked about some of those repair and replacement funds and those plans, for example, looking at what can we delay when times aren't doing as well economically as we would like, and then during the better times being able to replenish. So flexibility really is the key, and that's the main strength as we look at the general fund. But On the other side of that, so the weakness is that our revenue sources are capped without any kind of legislative action or without any kind of voter approved authority or override. This is it. And in fact, the growth is capped. And in some cases, the growth is actually can be negative because we have some sources that remain flat or even have been diminishing over time in the general fund. So not having any new sources that we can rely on when some other sources are being impacted or are falling short is definitely a weakness there of the general fund. Our expenditures tend to grow faster than revenues. We will have a slide later on that's really a throwback to a lot of the financial planning sides of the past. It's the constant challenge of the general fund is that when we think about expenditures and we think about what drives increases in costs, we're always going to have those grow faster than the revenues that are available to us, again, because we're capped on those sources. So we refer to that as those lines crossing, and we have a visual on that we'll show. We also, one weakness is that we have a tendency to backfill some externally funded programs because, again, even if a program isn't in the general fund, oftentimes we'll get an allocation and it may be a fixed allocation. But because costs increase and that fixed allocation is staying flat, in order to maintain the level of service that we have started in that externally funded program, the general fund really is the last resort and comes in and supports those programs to keep them going, because oftentimes when we get grants or when we get external funding sources, they're just not sufficient to keep up with the services that are put in place as a result, or sometimes that are required as a result of accepting those funds. So the general fund does have things that are really less controllable that come out in terms of support for some of those externally funded programs. So what that leads to is limited capacity. As revenues, the ones that do tend to increase based on population or based on CPI, as those revenues are growing, it doesn't mean we can grow our programs or our staffing, again, because the expenditures are growing more quickly than our revenues. So just maintaining service levels is a challenge. It very much limits our capacity for program growth, new programs, and new staff. And again, we'll see that, I think, in the visual as we look at the outlook for revenue and expenditures that we're constantly battling in the general fund. Anything else from the group before I move on? And then opportunities and threats. So the other piece of our SWOT analysis. So recent opportunity is the public lands funding, because again, as we noted, the general fund accounts for everything that is not required to be accounted for somewhere else. This Wyden amendment, or the public lands funds that we are receiving, the $12 million, they are flexible as well. They are able to be expended on any government purpose. And so that's an opportunity that we have before us. We also have opportunities in the form of special taxing districts and overrides. So again, what authority do we have as a county to continue to supplement our revenues or find new revenues? Whether it's the general fund taxpayer override for property taxes or new special districts, perhaps we need legislative authority for them, or we already have it to be able to increase some of our special revenue funds in our special taxing districts. And again, because of the flexibility of the general fund, there's always the potential to reallocate. Nothing is necessarily required other than specific mandates from the general fund. And there is flexibility to move things around between, again, more of this, less of that kind of an approach if we need to find what are our highest priority outcomes for the community. A big threat, though, that we face is that state control over revenue. When we look at our major revenues, sales tax based, a big one is our county sales tax. It funds not only general operations in the general fund, we have our jail district, and we have our road maintenance sales tax. That is pegged right now to whatever the state legislature decides the state sales tax rate should be. So we can only assess 10% of the state rate. The good news is that if the state were to increase their sales tax rate, then we would also get sales tax authority added for the county. But it's also a big risk, because in any given budget year, the state could say we're going to reduce our sales tax rate. If they do that, every 10% of rate that they go down, so currently the state has a 5% sales tax rate. If they go to, and so we have a half cent, they have 5%, we have a half cent, it's a 10% factor. So if they were to go down to 4%, we would have to go down to 0.4% and lose 20% of our taxing authority. So we are subject to the will, if you will, of the state budget in a lot of our major revenues. We also talked about those state shifts. We haven't seen new ones in a little bit of time, but we've seen them continue from the Great Recession. And of course, as we think about the state potentially going into another recession or being, you know, on the cusp or possibly even in a recession, we know that one way the state legislature has looked to balance their budget is just simply by passing costs along the counties. So we're always at risk of that. And then another thing that we've added in recently is the sustainability of the ARPA programs. We have added some programs and done some pilot work using the ARPA money, the 27 million that the county was allocated, but we don't have a plan. There was, I believe, 42 FTEs that came with the ARPA funds for the pilot programs or the limited term programs that were approved by the board for ARPA money. We do not have space in the general fund for 42 new FTEs to continue that. So the limited term nature of the ARPA money and any sustainability to continue any of those programs is definitely a threat. So then again, just to orient us all to what are those revenue sources, to put it into context for the general fund, really 3/4 of our pie here are the county sales tax, the state shared sales tax, and our property taxes. So tax-based revenue sources, that's the majority of what is going into the general fund. So talking about that a little bit, on the next slide, we're covering that 75%, again, the state share, the county, and the property taxes. So again, we're at risk of a legislative change for state shared sales tax. This is a formula allocation. This is that 5% that the state is charging. They're sharing that revenue back. And what we've seen in the past is sometimes as the state has had budget challenges, they've decided to share less of that money back with counties and cities. And so there's a risk there, but that's where our authority, we don't have any other authority on state shared sales tax. We do tend to see it increase based on population and CPI. County sales tax has a similar growth driver of population and CPI as we have more taxable, more population spending taxable dollars, we increase our county sales tax. But again, because we're limited to the state rate, we're at risk all the time of that legislative change. And then we've talked about the property tax and that 2% annual growth, again, in our levy. So to about $200,000 a year and that 2%, and then new construction at every year, what tends to be a lower rate year over year on any new construction. And then our health district and our flood control both have secondary rate caps. That's just for more information for the board, but we are at the maximum for both of those as well. And then as we look at general fund expenditures, this goes back to some of our philosophy things we were talking about. Really our people are what perform the services to the community. This really is our services, is having people on the ground providing services. And so that is half of the general fund budget, along with then we have other services and operating expenses as well. And then our transfers out, which are those costs that support or supplement our other programs that may have a restricted revenue source that funds some of the expenses or most of the expenses, but we're also doing some backfill there. So that's the current makeup of the expenditure pie. And so again, what are the drivers of that? We have inflation, we have cost of living, cost of retention, minimum wage, lots of pressures on that biggest piece, that's the salary and benefits. And then our benefit increases, what we're providing to attract and retain our employees. For services and operating, a lot of times this looks like, the things that are keeping the lights on, our utilities, our software, our insurance, and program supplies. So again, direct services back out into the community, and then those mandated payments that have been passed along to the county over time, driven by both state action and then CPI, and of course claims in the case of liability insurance. But things, that tend to be out of our control. Transfers out, we have maintenance of effort as we have formed districts that have helped with some of the activities that had been funded through the general fund. It does come with a requirement to continue funding those or supporting those programs with a maintenance of effort payments. We have our debt service payments coming from the general fund as well. We did not go to voters and ask for revenue to pay for our debt service. And then our special revenue support or those backfills. And this is the visual. This is what we're constantly looking at in the general fund. This is a constant challenge, and it has been. And so I'll set aside the kind of the COVID oddities, if you will, for just a second. As we look at the long term, Our expenditure line is the solid line on top, and our revenues and transfers in, or our resources line, is on the bottom. We're constantly fighting to bring these lines together in our planning. This is why we have the 10-year plan. Without active management, we would continue to see actually this red line follow a trend that is at a much higher growth rate than the green line or the dotted line for revenues and resources. So we're fighting this all the time through recapturing vacancy savings, or maybe not expending our full budget. Year over year, we're able to close that gap. But again, this is why we're unable to really expand services, programs, FTEs in the general fund, because we're already at a point where every year we get to that balance point. Where are our revenues and expenditures? Are they balanced when we look at the recurring outlook? And they are. And then of course they tend to grow at different rates. A lot of times with revenue, as well as we noted, sometimes they are flat. So even if we're seeing growth in some of our revenue sources, it's really going to backfill those that are staying stagnant or even decreasing. Just to address what the oddities, just as a reminder, this was sort of back in COVID budgeting where we weren't sure what the outlook was going to look like. And the board, very wisely and prudently for the information at the time, asked us to hold back as an organization on adding expenditures and implement those one-time measures we were talking about. So this is really that in action, delaying some hiring, holding things open, not adding to the budget. And then, of course, as we all know, things did take a downturn early on in COVID, but then really took off in terms of revenue, creating one-time capacity that we have now invested in future years in initiatives like our energy efficiency software and some of our repair and replacement funds that needed to be replenished. Anytime we're creating this capacity, it really helps us to invest in those one-time initiatives, but we can't always count on it as we look at the outlook, because other times we have times where expenditures are exceeding revenues back in our history here on this chart. So it can definitely go both ways, but as we look at kind of the typical or the recurring outlook, again, just that expenditure growth rate is going to create that gap with revenues.
If I can, Siri, ask a question on this. And you're right. As you know, we immediately put the brakes on for as much spending as we could because we were very concerned about the revenue with COVID shutting down. We saw what happened, quite frankly, all across the country. And we also saw a tremendous amount of federal monies that were brought in to counties, local governments, state of Arizona to offset the incredible economic downturn that COVID caused. So is that the expenditure, I should say the revenues, the large jump in revenues, is that a result of the large amount of federal monies that came into local government in the state of Arizona?
Yes, Supervisor Horstman, Chair Horstman, that is absolutely right. About 12 million of this cumulatively was impactful to the general fund in terms of federal revenues from stimulus programs, the ARPA program. There was also the coronavirus relief funding that did help come into the general fund. And then we did also see kind of a spending blitz, if you will, from pent up demand down here. And as we're looking though at our forecast, this updated forecast is very close to our budget. We are seeing this downturn. So yes, a big portion of this is a loss of those federal dollars that we knew were one time coming in, to help supplement, that have really helped us with those COVID expenses we've had to take on organizationally. But also then we are seeing a return to normal levels. So as we look back to some of our actuals, we are back in alignment with that. And in fact, looking as though we have entered a bit of depressed revenues, if you will, or some headed towards our recessionary forecast for the year. So we're, as of right now, we are on target for the budget for revenues that we presented back when we did the fiscal year 23 budget, which did have a recessionary outlook.
And of course, and you've already pointed this out, and that is that because we received these ARPA funds and these federal funds, we did in fact, fund and had a number of expenditures, if you will, not only for FTEs, but in programs. And there's a real concern about the sustainability of those programs. And by the way, none of these were frivolous. All of these were legitimate needs, both of the county and for our community. And we probably aren't going to see that one-time funding, that we see that wonderful blip on revenues again, but we may in fact get to a point where we're going to have to make some really hard decisions about, can we keep those ARPA programs going? So thanks.
Thank you. So Steve, did you
bet.
want to?
Yeah, I'll do the last slide. So again, in summary, today the conversation was looking at preserving the general fund. And this is a continuous priority. We're always looking at it when we use the 10-year plan. That has helped guide us through much of what has been challenging in terms of trying to forecast what the next year is going to look like. So we do have long-term challenges beyond current existing general fund pressures. And then the opportunities exist in terms of requiring board action with regard, and that's, it's collective action. It's not just board action, it's collective action with regard to how we manage the budget going forward. We'll continue to work with departments, looking at services that may have been very much needed at some point in time, but not so much now going forward. Departments are doing that right now. We have departments that are looking at some of the COVID-related programming that has taken place, at the same time looking at what the future is going to be. Now, looking at COVID, there's not a definitive end to that. We're already back up into the higher range again. So it's a little harder to predict what's going to happen going forward. But we continue to look at those things that we can have some level of predictability on. So again, that's happening. Looking at new revenue sources, and that's going to be a challenge with regard to just the legislative restriction that is placed on counties. We do not have that legislative authority currently to chart our own future, and that is a priority. I think when we look at other things, conversations with the legislature at some point in time, I believe, and it's a staff observation, that we do need to look as counties to see what does that look like going forward, because again, we don't have that ability to do so now. We're going to proceed from here, though, to have conversations with each of you that go deeper into the 10-year plan. Our goal is to work with each of you to tease out, if you will, some of the observations, some of the concerns relative to the general fund, and then to bring those back to a board meeting so that we can report back to the full board and the public what those conversations and those observations are from each of you. Because going back to what the introductory comment about during the ARPA discussions, during flood response discussions, good questions about what is the general fund, what about the general fund. We want to work with each of you to identify within the general fund discussion that we presented today, what are those areas that we want to go deeper with each of you on, so that we can bring that back to a full board meeting. So again, we're not providing the 10-year plan, all the numbers. Today is a graphic, some slides to just spur the conversation and to begin to delve into some of the conversations that are going to be happening in the future. So we can stop the share on this. Thanks. We can see each other now. So Madam Chair, we'll turn it back to you for discussion, observations from the board.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And I have a couple, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues first. Any questions or comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm trying to collect my thoughts because as you go through, there are different areas that spike different pieces of the discussion. And as noted, that last bullet, our most important objective is how do we preserve the general fund as we fulfill our statutory obligation. And kind of one of those, my own observations would be, we're often in a journey among concept of how to improve, do better, and what we're going to do. But we have a budget that's that big, and then we have great innovative ideas that come from different departments. We do so many different things, but those innovative ideas go beyond the scope of what that budget is. And then you throw in community ideas, or we each run with some level of desire to make improvements. And it puts different programs against each other in terms of what our capacity is. So the desire to come up with a revenue source, we've done it over the years. Not to say, hey, we're going to go out and get this, and therefore, we went out on education, opportunities to explain to community as we made modifications, and or you hit a crisis state when we created the Public Health Services District in order to keep their programs intact, not grow them, but also to preserve the general fund. That became a necessity. I think one thing that we want to be cognizant of is I forget what number it is, but we just had an initiative passed statewide that any future desire to modify revenues that are brought to the voters now have to achieve a 60%. That's a high bar. I think reality is it's going to create some level of dysfunction with different government entities on trying to just do what they need to do. What we do in County Supervisors Association and through the legislative cycle, these mandates, all this stuff, we're constantly battling and fighting for what we think is right, how we can do the program. So I love this presentation. It's really good because it gives a broader scope of, generally what we're trying to do, and or if we want to do something new, we have to come up with new money associated with it. While we meet our budget each year, kind of the discussion we went to with facilities, or we could do it just looking at the 10-year plan. You can see the expenditures are higher than the revenues coming in. So we're meeting our budgets, but we have these structural deficits that we try and balance and try and figure out what to do. So it does come into a cautionary approach to what we're doing, and yet by the same token, we have a lot of smart people here that we can come up with creative ideas, and or we have to marshal up two different pieces, continue to educate our general populace on what we're doing, why we're doing it, why we need, while we also try and work with the legislature to see that and see if they can help us so that we can provide for our community and what our community desires too. With that, I've had other observations, the caution of the grants. We've people that go out and find wonderful grants, but they're two different pieces. Is there a match, and or does it create an FTE? But they're hoping to keep that FTE alive, but we may not have that capacity to carry it forward. So these are just some of those little cautionary tidbits that we take a look at on it. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. I'll just say that I think we've done a fantastic job. We are quite limited. We do have opportunities, but if we're going to do something new, it may come at a cost of something else, or unless we find the money. And the housing discussion. If we're going to get into the housing game, it'll probably need revenue associated with it. But you can see that's the one of the greatest challenges we have for just our employees alone, let alone our broader populace, is that cost of living factor that we don't have a silver bullet for, and hopefully we can come up with some creative solutions for. I'll stop there for now. There's a lot to be said. We do a lot of things, and this budget is all about that. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan, and appreciate your comments. Other comments from board members?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Vasquez.
I just, first off, thank you for the presentation. Very clear. Demonstrates all the different areas of our financial budget for our general fund and, you know, the challenges and whatnot. That was helpful. It was helpful to see those different considerations. The thing that stuck out to me was the graph with the solid of the expenditures over revenue and how it potential increasingly through time grows, and that's a concern. And so I'm curious to see as we move forward some of the ideas to help bring that closer together, considering our hands are tied with the legislature in terms of what authority we have with taxes and whatnot. But overall, I appreciate the level of detail and the different areas that were described through the general fund. And I look forward to seeing how the ideas and the plan that the financial team comes together and how to address those challenges moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm just following up on Siri's note on TNT. She answered that question to help Table
There we go.
7 win Jeopardy this morning. I was ready too, Siri.
It was still under appeal. You need to know that. Still under appeal from Table 5. So, Supervisor Fowler, do you have some comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yes, thank you. I really appreciate this presentation. And, you know, we have new legislators that are coming in that don't know about the challenges that counties have. And that's where our involvement at in the education to our state legislators is so important, to have them understand our challenges, and many of them don't really even know that why our taxes are set the way they are, and why we have we're the lowest in the state. So I think that really needs to take place. That in turn is an education for these unfunded mandates, which is really across the board. And so whether you have a smaller budget than other counties, that doesn't matter. It's just across the board. And then we as a county, we need to be careful what we take on as state funded, and agreeing to take those programs on ourselves. I think that we have to really push back on the state and have the states take care of themselves. And we also state the mandates that are impacting us. I really not just the state mandates, but the state-county relationship. We have state programs where we partner with the state and just providing some funds. The state provide funds also. That relationship, I think, really needs to be looked at, and so that we know where our dollars are going and how, and we're not taking on even more without, sometimes I believe sometimes we're not, without really realizing it. But I know you all know that. You all take care of every penny that is there, but I think that's part of our challenge as well. And then the state, you know, they stand up there, they say we balance our budget, we did great, and under the table they threw it at us. So those are other things that we have to really look at. So just the general funds in general, and with the these federal dollars that have come in, and that we just approved some of it to go out to the community. Internally, we've used some. I'd just like to see more of the balance, the impact on the general funds. Were we able to maybe save some dollars from receiving some of these, or is it that it was just it became to where it came in and had a positive impact, but at the same time still had an impact on our general funds. And then we created programs with these federal dollars, and just wondering how are we going to be able to move forward, having not such a, we have to slowly move away from those programs, and making sure there is that service still there in some way, some form, maybe with partnership of outside. But those are just thoughts I have. I think that you all are doing the analyzing the budget like this is really important. I think that so anyway, that's what I guess I would add right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I want to add on, some of my comments are very similar to both Supervisor Ryan's and Supervisor Fowler's. First, thank you for this. It's a great overview, very helpful. And County Manager, I agree that the graphic is, just a nice one-page look at, really what we're facing. And, as Supervisor Ryan said, preserve the general fund is really one of our highest statutory obligations here as board members, and making sure that our community's hard-earned monies go to the best and highest use that really benefit all of us here in Coconino County. And, we definitely have limitations on the revenues we can bring in, as I think Siri did a great job of pointing out. And yet a lot of our expenditures are beyond our control. And I think Supervisor Fowler talked about that, and she does quite a bit about these state mandates, unfunded state mandates, that it is our responsibilities as the county and as local government to make sure that the needs of our residents are taken care of, and that we meet these state mandates. And I think we can all agree that the needs that we have here in our community certainly far outweigh the revenues that we've got. And we need to prioritize the needs. And I have to say, the budget process here that's done at Coconino County is absolutely just fabulous, just first rate, because that is what you, the staff, Siri, our county manager, deputy county managers, really department heads, that you do, and you help us truly understand and see. And I appreciate that. And then our best laid plans sometimes go right out the window because we end up with emergencies. We had 2 major forest fires this summer, and it destroyed 30 homes. We've had over 40 flood events that have destroyed homes and properties. I mean, people's, and all these thousands or hundreds, and I can't remember how many, but hundreds of people were displaced from their home, not once, but twice. And who was there? Coconino County was there. Coconino County has always been there. I don't know. I hope we can say we aren't going to face more emergencies, but that's not realistic. And, we have put $15.5 million in, fighting the fires and the floods to the flood control district. And there's more work that needs to be done because we haven't even looked at forest restoration. Mm-hmm. So, it's, in the new program, somebody said affordable housing. We've always talked about that. It's, top of all of our lists. And yet, it's just trying to manage and budget what we've got. Not to mention, as Supervisor Fowler also said, we've got all these ARPA programs. These were not just the cherries on the sundae. This was the sundae. We needed these programs, and we were able to fund these programs. So we're gonna have to see how we're going to be able to handle that as we move forward. And so I do look forward with individual discussions with the staff, because I think it's very helpful for us to have our individual questions and concerns. But then I really look forward to having this brought back for a full discussion with the board, so that, you know, we can really I can hear from my colleagues who, you know, all have the same statutory mandate and trust with our communities to make sure that we're using this funds to the highest and best use to benefit Coconino County. So thank you very much. You know, it's these are hard discussions, but I feel we've got a good team to help to lead us through with these discussions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that is the conclusion of that topic. Madam Chair, on the agenda, we have completed the first part of the board agenda, and we are then scheduled to return at 6 p.m. For the public hearing, and you'll see that on the agenda. And so back to you, Madam Chair.
So now we have to stew about all of this for an hour and a half before we come back. No, actually, thank you very much for the presentation and members of the board. Any other final comments, questions, concerns before we take a break?
Just quickly, Madam Chair, just compliments on this presentation. You know, I think it was a great summary to encapsulate a lot into it. So really good job.
Absolutely. Supervisor Begay, we see you now. You're back with us. Do you have any comments or that you'd like to make? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're still on mute. You're still on mute. I think she. Uh-oh. Let's see here.
She tried to send me off to another meeting place this morning,
All
Madam
right.
Chair, so
Yeah.
I can speak on her behalf, you know.
She's gonna.
Yeah.
Got her attention.
She's shaking her head. No, you can't. You know, I think what we'll try to do, we can't hear you, Supervisor Begay, but hopefully that we will hear from you moving forward. And I know that you have also a great thanks for the for our staff here too. So, oh, wait a minute, you just came unmuted. Can you do whatever you hit? There you go. Oh, it's not working. All right, Supervisor Begay, we are so sorry we can't hear you. We look forward hopefully to getting that worked out before our regular session, 6 o'clock. We're going to take an hour and a half break. Is that right? Yeah, it's just exactly an hour and a half. We'll see you all back here at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay, did you want to test your microphone?
Well, I know Pat feels this way, you know. Tomorrow, Pat gives up a wonderful Tuesday evening, right now from my home office of Los Angeles. And the Kings.
I just had something pop up. I assume this is the board meeting, Zoom meeting, correct?
That's correct, Chair Horseman.
Looks like all the right people are here, so that's good. All right. And I did get a call from Judy, and she's going to be on via her phone. That's the best she's going to be able to do.
Yeah, I've sent her all the phone number and all that for her to get in by phone.
Good. I see that Vice Chair Vasquez is here, and I don't see anybody else. So I'll continue to eat my dinner then.
Okay, sounds good. Jay, if that's you, can you add your last name?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Supervisor Begay. We can hear you.
Just double checking. Okay, I'm gonna put myself back on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right, Judy, it looks like we're waiting for 2 more board members, so we'll be with you in a minute.
Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Madam Chair. I'm here. This is Lena.
Hi, Supervisor Fowler. We can hear you.
Thanks, Lena. That's
Okay,
great. I
good.
think we're just missing Matt.
Okay, all right.
Guess we got a couple more minutes. I've got 6 o'clock. Can someone check in with Matt and see if he's having problems getting on?
Will do, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, we're back. Good evening all, and we are back for our regular session for the Board of Supervisor, and today's date is December 13th, 2022, and we have this evening a public hearing, and so we should just go ahead and get started so we can get into our public hearing. Our first order of business on our agenda is the call to order, and I'm Patrice Horseman, and I'm the chair of the board, and I am the supervisor for District 1, District 2. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, muted. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
Very good. District 3. I don't, oh, there he is, Supervisor Ryan.
I was sitting in the gallery there. Peanut in the gallery here.
The peanut gallery, okay.
Yeah, you guys. All right, Matt Ryan, District 3.
Thank you, District
Good
4.
evening.
District 4.
I'm on.
All
I'm
right,
here, present.
Judy Begay is with us, and District 5. District 5, there she is.
This is Lena. I'm by phone today, so I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Both Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Begay are with us by phone. And with that, we have all 5 board members, and so we will proceed. Our next order of business is to honor our country with the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand, and our clerk is going to put a flag and the Pledge of Allegiance on the screen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, our next item of business is the call to the public. And members of the public, this is your opportunity to be heard with us this evening to provide any comments, questions you would have on items that are not on the agenda. We would ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and that you also, this is a public meeting, and so that you act in a professional manner in your manner of presenting yourself this evening. With that, I am going to turn this over to, again, our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you members of the public can join us this evening if you've got any questions, comments to make. So, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during our public comment portion of the meeting for items not on the agenda, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It says raise hand and looks like a hand. And if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horseman, I do have a hand up for Liz Baldwin.
Very good. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Liz. And we're going to put you in as a panelist, so you can unmute yourself, and please feel free to address us this evening.
Madam Board, I raised my hand. This is Liz Baldwin. I raised my hand unknowing that I raised it. I'm going to wait till the end of the presentation and then
all right, Liz, we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you. All right, members of the public, this is the time for call to the public. So if any of you have questions, comments, etc., now is the time during the call to the public portion of our meeting for items that are not on the agenda. As Liz has referred to, we are going to go into a public hearing. There will be an opportunity as part of that public hearing also to address the board, but this is public call to the public for items that are not on our board agenda. So this is the last call. Please feel free to address us this evening.
Thank you. And I'll just note again, you can hit the raise hand icon that appears at the bottom of your screen, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you'd like to speak. If you join by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Last call, members of the public.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, well, thank you. And we are going to move on with our agenda. As I indicated, we have one item, number 12, on our agenda that is a public hearing. I'm going to read the agenda title into the record, and then I am going to turn this over to our county manager, who will introduce the staff that's present that will basically introduce on this item. So this is number 12, It's a public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of resolution 2022-53, approving an update to the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plan as recommended by Planning and Zoning Commission, finding that PZ-AM-22-004 meets the comprehensive plan major and minor amendment approval criteria and adopt PZ-AM-22-004, the updated Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan 2040 as minor amendment to the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager, who will introduce members of our county staff that will be introducing on this item. So
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Andy Bertelson is going to tee it up on his side. So Andy.
All right.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having us this evening for this public hearing. We are looking forward as staff to presenting to you the area plan for Donny Park, Timberline, and Fernwood. Staff from Community Development is here. They have all been promoted to panelists. Jay Christelman, our director, Jess McNeely, our assistant director, and Melissa Shaw, our planner. And they will be giving a presentation. Also, Monique Cody is here, our deputy county attorney, and as our legal team has been involved in this area plan as well. They will be giving you an update on the area plan process, which has been an extensive process of a committee and public participation. And so without further ado, I turn it over to community development. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction, Andy. Appreciate it. And also, Madam Chair, Jay Christelman, Community Development. So this has been a rather lengthy but very collaborative process. We started it almost 3 years ago. Unfortunately, we had several delays. We started this process just a couple months before COVID hit us. So that really slowed the introduction of the area plan. And then unfortunately, we had the pipeline fire and associated flooding slowed us down a bit. Of course, it significantly impacted some of this area. And then we had the consideration of a minor versus major area plan, amendment rather, to the comprehensive plan, which postponed the hearing to October for the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we're very proud of what this committee has accomplished, and as well as staff, primarily Melissa. And we're anxious to get it across the finish line, hopefully this evening. And we do have some members from the committee on with us this evening who I'm sure would like to speak. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa for the presentation.
Thanks so much. Melissa Shaw, always good to see you. Good evening, and please take it away.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Horstman and Jay and members of the board. I am excited to present this item to you tonight. And with that, I'm going to share my screen. So give me one moment. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Great, thank you. And I'll turn my video off to save on the bandwidth. So again, I am excited to present this item to you tonight. As Jay mentioned, we have been working on this for almost 3 years. And with that, I'll just go to the next slide. As you mentioned, this is a major amendment to the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan for a complete update to the 2001 Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan. There's a side note there that the Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended some edits to one of the goals and policies, and thus adopting this as a minor amendment. And we'll talk about those details in a moment. The area plan actually encompasses portions of 2 of the supervisory districts, districts 2 and 4. And the Community Development Department, we are representing the community as the applicant for this. And the community, as we've said, is Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood. And I'll describe the process in just a moment. But in the meantime, it's an honor for me to be able to introduce the committee to you. And I would like to just read the names of, and I know that several members of the committee are with us tonight. So I'll just read these in alphabetic order. Liz Baldwin, Brian Bates, who was one of our 2 co-chairs, David Browning, Bernice Carver, Sailor Caudell, Jim Clifford, Monica Julian, John Ruggles, Evelyn Wani, Rob Wilson, our second co-chair, and then Harriet Young. So again, it was an honor to work with the committee, but also we had a lot of community involvement throughout this process and many members of the community who attended all of the meetings, which were mostly virtual, and put in as many hours as the committee did on this plan. So this has really been a very rewarding process, and we'll talk a bit more about what the committee has accomplished. So with that, we'll talk a bit about the planning area. As you know, Donny Park Timberline Fernwood is a large planning area. It encompasses almost 43,000 acres, which is about 67 square miles. Here's the map that we can take a look at. You can see that the boundary on the southwest side borders the city of Flagstaff, and then borders on the west side is bordered by Coconino National Forest. It dips below I-40 and Towns of Winona to the south, goes all the way out to encompass part of Loop Road to the east, and then it has some jigs that goes north, encompasses the city of landfill, and then goes north past Girls Ranch Road. So this is the planning area that we've been working on. The planning area did not change with this update. This is the same planning area that has been in place since the initial area plan. The updated area plan, again, this is updating the 2001 area plan, features a new vision statement. It identifies new issues and new topics that the committee then developed goals and policies to address. It has new and reorganized chapters and information. It has several new and updated maps. It has an updated design review overlay, which has been in place since 2001. It contains a new implementation plan. It's got a set of concepts that capture multimodal trail and emergency management ideas that could be utilized in the future to make emergency management and projects viable, and then also encompasses new ideas for multimodal and trail and transit access points. It also includes a complete community survey, which we'll talk about in a bit. And then it has some results from what we call rural asset mapping project. And so to talk a bit more about the process and the public engagement tools that were used throughout this process, in 2020, we began with a committee of 11 members. They were invited by then Supervisors Archuleta and Parks, again, District 2 and 4. This committee and many members of the public have joined in to meet over 30 times to create the area plan that you're considering tonight. All of the meetings were open to the public, and as Jay mentioned, after the pandemic started, we had to transition to virtual meetings, which actually then did allow for pretty good attendance from members of the public. It was easier to join in a lot of ways. We sent 2 postcard mailers directly to each household and property owner, announcing the community survey, our 2 open houses, and the public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission. The community survey was an online survey with also options for a paper response, and it generated an excellent response rate as far as online surveys go. We had over 23% of the community respond to that survey. We've had a dedicated web page that included all of the agendas, the meeting notes, the presentations, and the updates about the process and the area plan as we've gone along. Through the process, the mailing list that was compiled from the open houses and other forms of contact ended up being over 450 contacts, and for each meeting, each of the 30 meetings, as well as all of the public hearings and open houses, that mailing list received direct communication and agendas. We've had 2 in-person open houses with good attendance. The first one had about 150 people attend, and the second one had over 60 people attend in person. We also had those open houses available virtually online. And then we had an online story map that allowed people to do a tour of the area online without having to travel around. And we'll just get into some of the details of the plan itself. And as I mentioned, there's a new vision statement, and this is modeled after the format of our comprehensive plan. And so the committee, these are excerpts from the vision statement. The natural resources, open space, and environment portion of the vision statement focuses on maintaining and protecting the natural environment, resources, and open spaces that reflect our rural lifestyle and values. And then the community character and values portion of the vision statement refers to our rich cultural and historic diversity, natural environment and open space, expansive vistas, dark skies, natural quiet, and rural lifestyle. Also, our independent lifestyle that is reflected in large lots, a variety of building styles, and the country living that we value. There are two more parts to the vision statement. The land use, growth, and development section supports responsible land use and planned growth that maintains our rural lifestyle and character, while respecting cultural and historic resources, supporting community values and aesthetics, and considers the environment and long-term viability of habitat and water resources. And then finally, the transportation portion of the vision looks at integrating and connecting multimodal facilities for transit, pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian users throughout the planning area, and transportation corridors that are safe and accessible for wildlife, motorists, and all non-motorized users. So this is a vision statement that is part of the introduction to the plan itself. And as you may have gleaned from the way the vision statement is written, the focus of the plan, one of the main topics of conversation and one of the main issues that the committee and the community has looked at maintaining in the plan is to focus on maintaining the rural lifestyle, including existing large lot development with low residential density. And so that goal is really reflected throughout the entire plan. There are specific criteria written into the goals and policies that would be used to evaluate rezoning requests that focus on what the benefits are to the community. And some of the other primary issues and topics of discussion included how to maintain the adjacent Forest Service land as undeveloped public land. As the map showed, the planning area is intermingled with Forest Service land. And in fact, more than half of the land within the planning area is actually public land Forest Service. And that is something that the community considers to be an asset and a benefit and part of their lifestyle. So maintaining access to that and maintaining close proximity to Forest Service land is important to the community. There are 7 rural activity centers within this area plan, and those have been in the plan since 2001. Those are actually identified from the Flagstaff Regional Plan, and activity centers are intended to reflect the commercial activity centers, the commercial nodes, if you will, for the community. They are located at major intersections, and that is intended to be where major connections neighborhood commercial businesses can locate to serve the community, ideally within walking distance of neighborhoods. The plan was also reflects the community's desire to maintain the existing amount of commercial acres and industrial zone acreage. There's a fair amount of vacant commercial and industrial land within the planning area, and the community is interested in having that built out before adding new acres of commercial or industrial zoning. The community also recognizes that there are access issues and also maintenance issues with private road easements. As you may know, a lot of the parcels in Donny Park were developed through the land division process, and at times those were developed without actually providing access easements to those parcels or considering maintenance of those road easements. So that's something that this plan looks at ways to try to improve. Just to continue with some of these issues that were identified and are addressed in the plan, public services and public safety, as you might guess, particular emphasis on flooding and wildfire are major items of concern for the community. And so those are also addressed within the goals and policies, but also in the informational sections of the plan where it provides resources and information to readers about how to react and what resources are available in an event of a public emergency. And then with that, associated with that, are potential emergency management project concepts that could inform a future emergency management plan effort that would be specific to this planning area. So that's also included within this plan. There are community sustainability and resilience topics that look at energy and efficiency, ways to potentially enhance food security, as well as economic and social sustainability. And then, as you may be aware of, the community is served to a large degree by Donny Park water. Many of the households within the community have access to Donny Park water. All of the households are on private wastewater systems, but that domestic and commercial water supply and availability and the continued availability and also protecting that resource is very important to the community. So that is something that the community is interested in maintaining and also working with Donny Park Water to ensure the quality as well as the supply into the future. And then we mentioned earlier that there are some new maps, and one of those is a new multimodal trails and transit map that members of the committee worked very hard on, along with our mapping department and then other agencies, to look at existing, planned, and future multimodal trails and transit connections. And I do have an image on the next slide. It's very small to be able to see at this scale, but you can see the different colored lines and the different symbology indicates how the community could ultimately be connected throughout neighborhoods as well as beyond to other areas, such as into the Flagstaff region, but then also out into the Forest Service land. So this really does provide a wealth of information as far as potential as well as existing multimodal possibilities, trails, and transits. So this was something that was actually quite exciting to come out of this planning process. Another new feature of this area plan is an implementation plan. The committee thought about the different priorities for how best to implement the goals and policies and the vision of this plan and came up with 3 implementation tasks that was in order of priority. The first one being to develop a community emergency communication and evacuation plan for the community. The second one being to develop an active transportation master plan that would be coordinated with updating an older study, which was a 2011 Donny Park multimodal study. And then finally, to seek funds, possible funds from grants, such as the Land and Water Conservation Fund grants that's available through Arizona State Parks to preserve in particular a very important piece of Arizona State Trust land that is known as Turkey Hills. It's important to the community. They've identified that as being a section of land that has high cultural and as well as resource as well as recreational value. So in an ideal world, that would be an area of state trust land that could potentially be protected as open space going into the future. And so with that, that's a fairly high-level summary of what the area plan contains and all of the updates that are within the area plan. We've talked a bit about the major and minor criteria discussion, and I'll give you some additional detail about why that is a topic of discussion tonight. So as you can see here, these are the requirements for what constitutes a minor amendment to the comprehensive plan. Area plans are amendments to the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan, and a revision or an update to an existing area plan or a rural planning area that meets the comprehensive plan's vision, goals, or policies are considered minor amendments to the comprehensive plan. And that is the relevance here of minor amendment to what we're talking about this evening. the opposite of that then is a major amendment, and a major amendment an amendment becomes a major amendment if number one, changes to the text conflict with or alter one or more of the goals and policies in the plan. And in this case, there is one goal and one policy that we've looked at, and we saw that there was a conflict with one of the goals and policies in the comprehensive plan. And so recognizing that, we went ahead and we did notice that as a major amendment. And one of the criteria for one of the procedural criteria for noticing a major amendment is that they are heard once per calendar year at the regular meeting in October of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so with that, then we'll get into a bit more detail on the major and minor amendment criteria. And so why is this a major amendment? As I mentioned, the area plan contains one goal and one policy that we, as staff pointed out, that it conflicts with one of the comprehensive plan goals and policies. And so I'll just go ahead and read this. The goal that was written and that is currently in the draft area plan reads, all tax parcels located within the DPTF planning area whose development is subject to approval by the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission remain within said jurisdiction. And then there's a policy associated with that goal that reads, and that's number LU 24. If necessary, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors should appeal to the Governor of Arizona and the U.S. Secretary of the Interior in opposition to efforts to remove land from said jurisdiction. And that is the draft goal and policy that was recommended by the committee to the Planning and Zoning Commission. In looking at that, and then in reviewing the comprehensive plan goals and policy, there's a community character goal that reads, promote coordination of land use planning with sovereign tribal nations related to development and resource protection. And then a policy that is associated with that goal, number 13, reads, the county encourages expanding its collaboration with tribal governments on land use issues, development projects, infrastructure development, and cooperative maintenance through strategic planning efforts such as area plans. And so with that, then the Planning and Zoning Commission looked at those two different versions, the two different goals and policies, and is recommending that there be an alternative to the goal and policy recommended by the area plan committee. And the alternative language to that goal would be, prior to the transfer of any lands that are currently under the jurisdiction of Coconino County to another authority, efforts should be made to coordinate with that authority to ensure that the area plan's vision, goals, and policies, design review overlay, and desired land uses as identified throughout this plan are maintained. And then a policy associated with this, a rewritten policy LU 24, would read, should the county receive notification of an application for transfer to another jurisdiction, the county should actively seek area plan community input when formulating a response to jurisdictional changes. So again, this is the Planning and Zoning recommended alternative goal and policy language. This slide shows you the major and minor amendment approval criteria for a comprehensive plan amendment, and they are identical for a major and minor amendment. And I won't read all of these, but the area plan with that change then would meet all of these criteria for either a major and a minor amendment. And then, as we've been talking about, the Planning and Zoning Commission had a public hearing on October 26th of this year. The commission unanimously recommended that the Board of Supervisors modify the land use goal and related policy LU 24 and also include other minor clarifications to two policies, number CC 5 and NE 14, and adopt this item, which is PZ AM 22-004, as the updated Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan 2040 as a minor amendment to the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan. And at the time of report writing for this item, we had not received public comments at the time that this report was finished. This shows you the details of the 2 additional policies that the Planning Commission recommended be slightly modified. The first one was in regard to natural quiet, community character policy number 5. And it would read, encourage the county to apply to ADOT for an encroachment permit to install signage to prohibit truck engine braking along Highway 89 and Townsend Winona Road within the planning area. You can see the strikeout, and then the additional in red is the modification to that policy. And then to National Forest Issue Policies number NE14, changing one word as to where was the recommendation to modify those 2 policies. And then again, the Planning Commission recommendation to adopt this different goal and this different policy related to LU 24. And I'll read that again. Prior to the transfer of any parcels that are currently under the jurisdiction of Coconino County to another authority, efforts should be made to coordinate with that authority to ensure that the area plan's vision, goals and policies, design review overlay, and desired land uses as identified throughout this plan are maintained. And then a modified policy LU 24, should the county receive notification of an application for transfer to another jurisdiction, the county should actively seek area plan community input when formulating a response to jurisdictional changes. So those are the recommendations from the Planning Commission. And then with that, the recommended motion for the board would be to modify land use goal and related policy LU 24 and policies CC5 and NE14 as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and approve resolution 2022-53, finding that PZAM 22-004 meets the comprehensive plan major and minor amendment approval criteria, and adopt PZAM 22004, the updated Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan 2040 as a minor amendment to the comprehensive plan. And then with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, and members of the board, thank you, Melissa, for that overview. And also the difference between the major and minor amendments and technicalities involved. Members of the board, before we open this to the public hearing to hear from members of the public, are there any questions with regards to procedure that you might have for Melissa or our county staff? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And then Melissa, I'm gathering from this with the modified language, you're suggesting that it's now a minor amendment versus a major amendment.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, on that. And then I'm assuming the language associated with the engine brakes related to ADOT, the discussion occurred that we don't have jurisdiction over state highways. That's why requesting an application associated with that instead. Is that what happened there?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. That was a request by ADOT to make that update to that policy.
Okay, on that. Because, we explored that issue a long time ago. And so, it's interesting that communities requesting it as well at this point on that. And that's all I have at the moment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other members?
Actually, I'm going to ask another one just real quick.
All right.
Okay, Melissa, this kind of reminds me of the Parks Area Plan. So the recommendation is trying to retain all current zoning as is on that. And then noting, I mean, I understand everybody wants to keep things the same. Noting that, you know, I would make the assumption, and maybe it was part of the discussion of, with time, what we watched with the Parks Area Plan was that larger parcels then were the recommendation of the current zoning. The cost of land and housing escalated to the point where once upon a time, parks was considered an affordable place to go. What it did was it actually inverse or reverse the demographics. Only those that could afford large parcels and often build larger structures associated with that became the new demographic that came to the area. So, you know, with that recommendation, there is that potential to occur in this area. And I know the Donny Park area definitely is an area that's, it's, you know, a lot of our workforce that many people move there because of that. Were there any discussions associated with that?
There were quite a few discussions in regard to the maintaining the large lots and the rural lifestyle. That was really one of the main topics of conversation, as well as balancing that with housing for affordable housing, or housing that is actually you know, available for, as you say, people that are working in Flagstaff, as well as other generations of families. So that is something that in the development of the policies, the committee as well as the community looked at writing criteria for rezonings, for instance, that would then consider benefits to the area plan. There are some built-in limitations in terms of wastewater systems, in that it is really the area can only sustain a minimum of 1 acre lots with private wastewater systems. So that is a natural limitation there because it is all on-site wastewater. So that was something that the committee and the community has understood and has written policies in terms of any zonings, rezonings, that there be actual community benefits to those rezonings. So there are some policies in there that do recognize wanting to maintain a mix of housing options for community members. And, you know, we didn't compare it to the Parks Area Plan, but recognizing that this area is approaching build out. There's quite a bit of vacant commercial and industrial land. There is some vacant residential land, but it is getting close to build out. But there is still some availability of vacant parcels, but that is something that is certainly, it was an issue that the community and the committee discussed in detail with that understanding.
All right. And you know, deference to, I know Supervisor Begay and especially Supervisor Vasquez sat in and listened to these. So, you know, I'd be interested in hearing from them. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And of course, we do have a public hearing as well. So I was looking to get some comments just on procedure first, and we'll get into the public hearing and then get comments from board members if that's okay with all. So, Vice Chair Vasquez, I see you bubbled up. Did you have something?
Well, I had a question, but I think it might be more appropriate later on, further down. It was about one of the modifications, one of the amendments with the state land swap, but I'm not sure if it now, since you said it's about policy right now, I don't know if that's appropriate or if I should just wait.
I lost my mouse for a minute. It's back. I think it might be more beneficial for discussions on policies after we do our open public hearing on that. But if you have something you'd like to, that you feel is important to share before we go into public hearing, I don't want to stop you.
Okay, well then the thing I just want to say thank you to everybody that was involved in putting together this plan. It was, I think it was said during the presentation that over 30 meetings over almost 2 years. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all the committee members that put together this plan, that went through the process. The two chairs, Brian Bates and Rob Wilson, thank you for your service, for putting through this time and energy to make this happen. And thank you to Melissa and the rest of the team that put together this plan and helped facilitate the process.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And I know that's probably going to be echoed by many other members of the board, but thank you. And thank you for your diligence and work on this, you and Supervisor Begay. So with that, members of the public and members of the board, it is appropriate for us to open this as a public hearing. Members of the public, we want to hear from you if you have comments, concerns, questions, your thoughts with regards to this area plan. And you have heard, but I'm going to ask her to tell us again, our clerk, to tell you how you can join us and be heard here during this public hearing. And to turn this over to Clerk of the Board, Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horseman, I do have a public comment that was emailed in this evening. If you'd like me to read that for the record.
Yes, and we did get a copy of it. I think it's fairly short. And since it's just one, we'll go ahead and have you read that. Members of the public, this is a reminder that if you would like to speak, we are asking that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And of course, this is a public hearing, so we just ask you to be professional in the manner of your speaking, which has not been a problem, and I don't think it will be a problem for this public hearing either. So with that, Lindsay, if you want to read the one comment that was made, please feel free to do so. And then we're going to open it up to members of the public.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. This email came in this evening at 4:57 p.m. from Bernice Carver, with the address of 7550 Dairyberry Drive in Flagstaff. Dear Honorable Coconino County Board of Supervisors, I would like to urge you to retain the original wording on the area planning concerning LU.24 goal and policy. The original wording for the goal is, quote, all tax parcels located within the DPTF planning area whose development is subject to approval by the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission remain within said jurisdiction, end quote. And the policy LU.24 said, quote, if necessary, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors should appeal to the Governor of Arizona and the U.S. Secretary of the Interior in opposition to the efforts to remove land from said jurisdiction, end quote. Once the land is removed from Coconino County, we have no control over it. Any entity that acquires it will not be legally responsible to maintain the guide of our area plan. Our area plan has been designed to follow the stated wishes of the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area. Keeping the land within our jurisdiction welcomes those who would like to develop according to the rural lifestyle, dark skies, and magnificent views of our area. There is no way to hold entities outside Coconino County responsible to adhere to our area plan once the property is transferred. Please help keep our communities within the guideline of our area plan and the survey and comments of the residents who guided it. Please help us to keep our rural lifestyle that we love so much. Thank you very much, Bernice Carver.
All right. Well, thank you, Lindsay. And by the way, I do note that we have, as those that have joined us, the chairs and also the planning and zoning commissioners. And if you would like to be heard on this, you certainly can raise your hand, and we will take your information first, and then we'll of course open it up to the public. So For those that I know, we have two chairs. I know Brian Bates. I saw him here. And so I'm going to open it up to the chairs. I'm going to my attendees here list. And if you would like to be heard on this, we aren't asking, you don't need to be, but you certainly can be. And we also have some planning and zoning commissioners as well available if you'd like to be heard.
And I do have Brian Bates with his hand up. I can go ahead and allow to speak.
All right, thanks. Ryan, we see you, and if you unmute, and we should be able to hear you. And thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for your service here on as the chair of this committee.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. My name is Brian Bates. I've had the honor of being co-chair along with Mr. Rob Wilson. And I want to first express my thanks to all of the committee members who have worked diligently and respectfully throughout this entire process. And also my thanks to Melissa and all county staff members. Now, the committee has worked on this for some time, as you know. It has been a joint effort, and we've worked diligently to present what we feel reflects the views of Donny Park, Timberline, and Fernwood citizens. And we understand that there is a difference of opinion related to LU 24, and that has been addressed respectfully within our group. We did have a vote on that matter, and the vote did come out that the committee thought it was best to retain the LU 24 section as it was previously written. You have also heard the statement from Melissa as to why that was considered to be a major amendment, and the response by county staff and by the planning and zoning. But we do ask that you take consideration of the request to look at how LU 24 in its original form and in its current form as recommended by planning and zoning, how those would affect moving forward, and particularly how it would affect the interpretation of future developments. I have a personal opinion that I will share later, but I do want to share that we feel that we have a plan that is appropriate for our region, and I sincerely request that planning and zoning, the Board of Supervisors, and if necessary at any point, the Board of Adjustment, take into account the writing of our area plan as well as its spirit. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to yield to my co-chair, Rob Wilson.
Great, that's excellent. Is Rob with us? I didn't see his.
He is here and he's got his hand up, so I'll go ahead and allow him to talk.
Good evening, Rob. You are with us, and thank you for joining us this evening. And thank you also for co-chairing this committee. So Rob, take it away.
It was my absolute pleasure to co-chair. Brian wrote a letter to the editor a couple of weeks ago that kind of captured just how great an event it really was for us. A very diverse group of people who probably otherwise wouldn't have all been in the same room together. Were able to meet 30 times and produce a very high quality document that really reflects what it is the members of our community would like to see our community remain as. You've heard tonight that the single most important issue to most of us was keeping Donny. And the only way that can happen is if documents like this area plan are respected and are used for the future planning decisions being made by the Planning and Zoning Commission and you guys, the Board of Supervisors. The one danger we face as a community is the transfer of any land outside of this, of our control from the county. So for example, if NAU decided they wanted to build a North Campus in the middle of Donny Park, purchased land and began construction, it would be completely unregulated by our area plan and even by the county's zoning code. So they could build 8-story student high rises in the middle of Donny Park. Same thing would be true if the state wanted to build a heavy equipment maintenance facility along 89. Those are uses that are not compatible with the community that exists today and that the citizens that live here want to see maintained. So we felt very strongly about land use policy 24, and despite the fact that it required additional meetings, more hours of our time, lots more debate, we felt so strongly that we wanted to go forward with it as a major amendment, despite the fact that it was a little bit more challenging that way. So I think that the Planning and Zoning Commission may have kind of exceeded their scope here a little bit with the review and the striking of our version of LU 24, primarily because LU 24 deals strictly with what you, the Board of Supervisors, would be expected to do to help support your constituents. And so I would hope that tonight you can take another look at that, perhaps consider putting LU 24 as we, the community, asked it be back in our plan, and recognize that in reality, it all comes down to, is this a conflict with the regional, not the regional plan, I'm blocking on the name of the other plan, that requires coordination and collaboration. And the thought was that our LU 24 somehow negates that. And I would argue that we can still coordinate and collaborate while maintaining the community that we have here in Donny Park. So that would be my request to you as Rob Wilson, not as the co-chair of the committee. I believe it's extremely important, probably the #1 most important thing to the members of our community. And I would like to thank all the rest of the members of our committee for all the hard work they did and all the great support we got from the county staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Rob. I really appreciate, again, your service and appreciate your comments. And I know there are some members of the Planning and Zoning. Would they like to be heard at this time? Otherwise, we'll open it up to any members of the public under the public hearing.
I do have Mr. Ruggles on from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Very good.
Allow him to talk.
Yes, John, you're before us, and
Okay.
There you go. Thank you for joining us this
We
evening.
are unmuted. I would like to say that I've served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for somewhat over 11 years. I've been involved with planning and zoning process in other parts of the state in years prior to that. Also served on the Donny Park Area Plan Committee. And one of the things that is of great importance to me and others as well that I have worked with is the idea of fairness and impartiality. And I think that leads me to my being the primary opposition for what the committee forwarded to the Planning and Zoning Commission with LU 24 and its associated goal. The problem that exists in my mind is the fact that we are asking the Board of Supervisors, regardless of the use, regardless of the circumstances, and without any listing of findings or criteria for opposition to a transfer. That is essentially telling you on the board how to evaluate this. It does not take into consideration, would there be any benefit to the community with a transfer? It just states the board should oppose. And that is where the conflict comes in. The other part of the problem happens to be with the goal. And the goal essentially does not mean anything because in terms of transfer of land to other jurisdictions, There is no involvement on the part of the Planning and Zoning Commission for this. So revision of that part of LU 24 is of great importance. We shouldn't be putting something into the plan that is essentially meaningless. The other problem here is that we are driving as a major amendment, if that were to occur, what occurs in the rest of the county. I think it is far more important that something like that, an issue of that importance that reflects the goals and what the rest of the county wants is far more appropriate being addressed during the revision of the comprehensive plan, which is coming up over the next couple of years. And I can assure you that the diversity of opinion that we will get there will be pretty substantial, having served on the previous update. So update committee, I'm sorry. So I would like you to consider what has been forwarded to you by the Planning and Zoning Commission as something that is fair and impartial. And the other thing about it is that the federal statute and the Code of Federal Regulations also provide a number of protections that the community would like to see. And I realized that one of the things that drove this was rumor about the Horseman's Lodge becoming a casino. And that was rumor that was started, I think, without full awareness of what the procedures are in actually accomplishing something like that. So you need to consider that in your evaluation of what has been forwarded to you by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, John. Really appreciate you being with us this evening and for your service here to Coconino County. Appreciate hearing from you. So in any other members of the Planning and Zoning Commission would like to be heard? Then I'm going to hopefully we will hear from members of the community on this area plan and on the changes and recommendations that are being made here to the Board of Supervisors. Lindsay, are there anybody else who'd like to be heard at this public hearing?
Yes, I do have Brian Bates with his hand up.
All right, Brian, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking now as an individual living here in Donny Park, and my comments represent my perception. First of all, I agree with John Ruggles in that I believe my perception is that the impetus for LU 24 as it was originally written was because of the sale of the Horseman's Lodge that could possibly become a casino. That process, of course, is very involved, and there are a number of steps which I do not understand all of them, but I anticipate that there has been some fear about that happening, and I certainly do not want to see a casino there. My concern is that the way LU 24 is written is that any subject that or any proposed development of property within the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline planning area would necessarily have to go to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors would have to oppose it. Well, there might be something where the let's say the Horseman's Lodge was turned into a riding school, horseback, or maybe it's something that's used for agriculture, something of that nature by, say, the Navajo Nation. It doesn't necessarily have to be a casino. My concern is that it is a blanket statement of what the Board of Supervisors should do. And I think we need to look at what is the project that's being proposed by a different agency and to determine whether or not that project is consistent with the spirit and all other the land use policies within the plan itself. So I would encourage the Board of Supervisors to maintain the wording that was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Thank you. And I yield the floor back to this to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brian, and thanks for your comments. Other members of the public?
I do have Doug Meyer with his hand up. I'll go ahead and allow to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Doug. Thanks for joining us. There you are. I see you now, so you're free to unmute.
Okay, very good.
And Doug, please, we'd like to hear from you.
Yes.
You could just state your address for the record as well.
Hi, my name is Doug Meyer, 8810 Stardust Trail, and thanks for taking my comment. First, I want to say for the record that I'm in favor of this area plan. I was not a member of the area plan committee, but I did observe many of their meetings, and I think they did a great job of representing the community's desires as expressed in the community survey. My comment will be about land use policy number 24, and I'll be comparing the version authored by the county planners, which I'll call the county version, versus the one approved by the area plan committee, which I'll call the community version. First, why the county version is ineffective. The county version assumes that a new survey of community opinion is needed once we understand that a land transfer application has been made. But this planning process started with a community survey intended to guide policy for the next 20 years. The DPTF Area Plan Committee voted in favor of the community LU 24 during 3 separate meetings this year and against the county LU 24 at both of the last 2 meetings. A new survey just wouldn't be able to be completed in time. This is the advantage of the community version. It already includes the necessary guidance on this matter, precisely what an area plan is supposed to do. Second, on the relationship with the comprehensive plan. The county's comprehensive plan does discuss the difference between fee simple and trust lands, but doesn't discuss the process involved in transferring land. The comprehensive plan avoids mentioning the possibility that tax parcels within a community's planning area might potentially be purchased and transferred out of the county's jurisdiction. This is a glaring omission for a county situated in northern Arizona. Obviously, such a transfer would generate controversy at the very least, and in our case, just the possibility of it has generated very strong opposition. So I could understand if the supervisors are more inclined to approve the DPTF area plan with the community LU 24 as a major amendment to the comprehensive plan, not due to any conflict, but because it contains a new idea, one that is clearly missing in Coconino County's planning documents. On the other hand, if you approve the county language for LU 24, the community will have to live for the next 20 years with wording that was not authored by the community, wording that is in denial of the fact of the community's opposition to land transfers within its planning area, and which fails to offer either timely or effective resistance to such transfers. Again, thank you for taking my comment. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug, for your comments, and thanks for joining us this evening. Are there others?
Yes, I do have Bernice with her hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow her to speak. There we go. All right, Bernice, if you just want to unmute.
Okay. Thank you. I was the one that wrote the letter too. My name is Bernice Carver. I live at 7550 Dairyberry Drive in Donny Park, and I've been a resident for about 47 years now. And been very active in the community in different areas of Donny Park and 4-H and all that good stuff, and Girl Scouts. The comprehensive plan conflict with the original LU 24 seems to me like about collaboration and coordination related to the development and resource protection. To me, that does not conflict with the original LU 24 as was authored by the area plan committee with the guidance of the community survey. Because it's related to development and resource protection in the comprehensive plan, it seems to me like this LU 24 would not but be with it. We have 67 square miles in our area plan area. And compared to other entities that might want to come in and take land that have enormous amounts of land and resources, our community needs help and protection from the Board of Supervisors to maintain our lifestyle and to maintain our area and dark skies and all the wonderful resources and historical areas that we have here. That was a big thing to me. And the way that LU 24, the original one from the committee and the community is stated, it says, if necessary, hopefully it won't have to come to having the Board of Supervisors petition the governor or the Department of Interior. Hopefully things will be worked out and coordinated and collaborated on land that anybody may purchase. But that way, if we keep it within our jurisdiction, we know that it's going to follow our area plan and that we don't have to worry that, okay, they said they're going to do this now. But once they take the property out of the jurisdiction of Coconino County, they aren't obligated to follow any agreement that they may have, or any agreement that they had made in the past. And
20
this
more
just
seconds,
sets up.
please. 20 more seconds, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I think this just sets a level playing field for everybody, whether it's NAU or some tribal entity or federal government wanting to come here and put in a prison. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Bernice, and thank you for your comments and also for your letter that was read into the record. Appreciate hearing from you this evening. Any other members of the community that want to be heard on this?
Yes, I do have Liz Baldwin. Oh, hand just went down. Liz, if you want to put your hand up, if you wanted to speak, there you go. I have allowed you to talk if you'd like to unmute.
Sure. This is Liz Baldwin. Thank you, Honorable Board Supervisors, for letting us speak and share our opinions tonight. I am part of the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Committee, and I'm speaking as part of the committee, but also as a Donny Parker who has lived here for 32 years, and I hike and I bike and I bird this area, and I run and I snowshoe and I cross-country ski, and I love our area. And I am here tonight to propose that we keep the original language of LU 24 because we wrote it as a committee, but as a community, and the community actually helped us write this one, and he spoke tonight, and we voted on it, and we voted on it 3 times. And 2 of those 3 times, we had a special meeting with that being our only agenda. And we attacked it from all different aspects. And I want to say that the language is acceptable because it does propose a specific action. It's not vague, it's very specific, and it's immediate. And it's not contradictory to the comprehensive plan because the comprehensive plan did not address this specific topic. If you look at the comprehensive plan, it doesn't address changing said jurisdiction, the effects of to remove land from said jurisdiction. This is a new topic, just like Doug Myers said, it's a new topic. So we have to include it. And I think it's very important because the other one's very vague. And then if you do it in the process that they want, doing what we've already done in the last 3 years, we've got a survey, we got the community census, we wrote this with them involved. It's vague. The new language, I believe, that the community development team wrote and proposed to P&Z. It's vague, and also it's going to take lengthy in process, which we have already done to this language that we put in that was very specific. And my other point to consider is if, let's say, they do want to make it a minor amendment and we use the community development's proposed words and the P&Z said was good, and that's what we're going to do. Can we add a little asterisk or a little disclaimer that said, but not per the area plan committee? Can we take acknowledgement, or can there be some kind of side note that said, but we didn't say this? The community development and the P&Z thought this was best, and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for letting me have my comments speaking tonight. I really loved working on our committee. It was an honor to be with them. A lot of hard work, but I sure learned a lot. And
well, thank you, Liz, for both serving on the committee and for your comments here this evening. Really appreciate your service. Any other members of the community want to be heard on the area plan?
You want to hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. That will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Members of the public, now is your time to be heard on this public hearing. We appreciate those that have attended here this evening and have been heard. And this is your opportunity to be heard on this very important area plan.
I do have Jody Solorio with the hand up. I will allow to speak. If you want to go ahead and unmute Jody. And please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jody Solorio, 9017 Richfield Drive. I am relatively new to the community and unfortunately have not attended any of the previous meetings. Based on what I've heard this evening and a brief overview of what I've looked at, the PowerPoint presentation was very helpful. Unfortunately, I don't have it right in front of me. But based on what I've heard, I feel that once you lose control of something, you don't get it back. So if the community has provided their feedback and they've provided guidance on how they want something handled and managed, I feel that that's the way it should move forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody, and thank you for attending this evening and for your comments. Any other members of the public? I'm going to call one more time. Members of the public, now is your time to be heard on this area plan. We really appreciate everyone who's taking time out of their evening to address various issues with regards to the area plan and to provide their comments. Now is your opportunity, members of the public, during this public hearing. This is the final call. If you have like to address the board, now is the time.
I do have Dan Martin with the hand up. I will go ahead and allow to speak. You want to go ahead and unmute, Dan? And please state your name and address for the record.
Dan Martin, 5610 East Cullum Lane, of course, Flagstaff.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for joining us this evening. Please proceed.
I'm the chairman of a group, Citizens for Neighborhood Preservation. I don't know if you've heard of our group. We have 83 members, and we've been monitoring the events on 89 for the last couple of years. So I'm kind of on the behalf of the group that I represent. We are wanting to make sure that the neighborhoods stay the way they have been without changes, especially to the parcel numbers or the property at Horseman's. We don't mind the current continued uses, but we just don't want to see a use change there. That's kind of the basis of our group, is to preserve the neighborhood the way it has been, so we can continue with the properties that these members have bought that live close by to the properties, that they don't want to see a lot of industrial changes.
And thank you, Dan. I appreciate your input. Anything further or specifically you would like to address with regards to the area plan?
Well, I'm not really familiar with the legalities of LU 24 and removing parcel numbers to make them available to be removed from the county. Am I saying that right?
Well, I guess potentially if there's another jurisdiction who owns the property and makes a request for removal, I guess, but I'm not sure.
Well, our group doesn't want that to happen. So I've contacted everybody through our private Facebook items, and I can be glad to send the board a list. I've contacted Melissa before with our group, and she kind of knows what we're about. But I just wanted to make sure that our voices are heard again, and that that you just know what our group stands for, is that's preserving things the way they are without a lot of large changes. So, and we're all against removing those parcel numbers and allowing that to happen. So.
All right, thanks, Dan. Thank you for your comments.
No problem. Thank you.
And I do have Sheila with the hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow to speak. Sheila, if you just want to unmute, there you go. You can state your name and address for the record, please.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. And thank you for joining us, Sheila. And would you please just go ahead and state your name and your address for the record, and then please address the board. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. This is Sheila Walsh. My address is 7752 Saturn Drive out here in Donny Park. And I attended a large number of these planning meetings that were so thoughtfully and professionally conducted. And I just want to concur with how articulate Doug Meyer was. And I think Rob scared me with saying something about 8-foot dormitories being built on a North NAU campus. So I thought I'd speak up and say, whoa, wait a minute. I love being able to have my animals out here, and a lot of my neighbors around me have animals, and we love that atmosphere. And yeah, I just wanted to put in that I concur with Doug Meyer's comments, and I'm just felt really good about all the work that this committee has spent so long working on. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you for taking time out of your evening to provide your comments to the board. Really appreciate it. And more comments, members of the public?
Again, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, or if you're joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair, there are no hands raised.
All right, then I'll say one more time, final call. Members of the public, if you'd like to be heard, this is the last call.
And there are no hands raised.
All right, very good. And I want to thank everyone who did take time to provide your comments this evening. At this time, we are going to close the public hearing. And we are going to basically ask board members for their questions. And, without putting you on the spot, I'd really like to hear from Vice Chair Vasquez and also from Supervisor Begay on this. And then, of course, from the rest of the board members, if you have comments, questions, etc. But I'd love to hear from Vice Chair Vasquez and from then Supervisor Begay on how they're feeling on the process. And number two, the issue with regards to LU 24. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. So my question is, LU 24, we're talking about land transfers, and obviously this is with state trust land or whatnot. My question is, what kind of authority does the Board of Supervisors actually have should the state decide it wants to transfer land? Is that anything that we actually have any say in?
And I take it that's a question to legal, is that correct?
Vice Chair Vasquez and Chair Horstman, supervisors. I don't know if I can answer that question right now. I am familiar with the state land department. And I am familiar with their procedures. My understanding is that whenever the state land department wants to sell state trust land, they have to sell it at an auction. But there's a lot of things between current ownership and then an auction to sell it to another party. The land department, they have leases, there's just a lot of in between. So I don't know if that answers your question, but just to sell, they are required by statute to sell it at an auction, a public auction.
So then, no, thank you for that clarification. So my follow-up question would be then, if the Board of Supervisors was opposed to that land transfer, what kind of authority or what kind of options would we have to help in the event that this was a land transfer that we didn't want to see happen? What choices or what options would we have as Board of Supervisors in that process?
The way the statutes are written, it's solely within the discretion of the state land commissioner when to sell land. So that would be an opportunity to discuss with the land commissioner when to sell land or even when to lease land. They also are required to publicly notice certain leases, but it's at the discretion of the commissioner. So no one else can make that decision. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of entities that request for land to be put up for sale, and sometimes commissioner says yes, sometimes commissioner says no. But it's their responsibility to decide when.
Vice Chair Vasquez and Monique, I certainly don't want to answer this question from a legal perspective, but I can answer it from a policy perspective and even a political perspective. And I know that we have board members that are familiar with this process through history. We, the county, can certainly take a position of opposition to that land exchange or land sale. We know that the state land department has the opportunity to sell land to benefit education for our state. That said, many years ago, we went through the Arizona Preserve Initiative. We identified lands that should be preserved in perpetuity. We, the county, have taken a position historically on those lands. And so from that legal perspective, while we can't, we are not part of that state land commissioner decision-making. We don't make the decision for the state land commissioner. We certainly have input in the process. And I think these planning efforts give us the opportunity to provide a solid foundation for input if an area plan speaks to it or not. And I think in that input on those state land decisions, the Coconino County, through the Board of Supervisors, our policymakers can take a position, write a letter, provide public input as a result of that position.
Thank you. So I guess I'm asking these questions because I want to establish and see, what kind of authority we have or in this process where we have Board of Supervisors can influence this process if that's possible. The second, in looking at the two the original policy LU 24 and then the amendment, what I'm looking at and trying to tease out is, you know, making sure that the Board of Supervisors has enough flexibility to adapt to the different situations, because they're not all going to be situations where we want to oppose, while still respecting the community desires to, in particular, it sounds like in certain cases, respect what are the needs and wants of the community based on the community survey. So I'm just trying to kind of tease out and figure out where we have some influence and where these amendments would box us in. So trying to figure out where that flexibility is. So I'll leave it with that, and I'm curious to hear from other board members. Thank you.
Supervisor Gay, do you want to make any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Supervisor Begay. I guess, the area plan, I've had the opportunity to listen in and also participate in their meetings, and there were a lot of people that were there that, had a lot of input into this plan here. And I certainly, any plan is going to have some little kinks in it. And certainly, there's ways to go about and to resolve these issues as they come in hand. And so I trust that, the board will collectively support, the initiative that the residents had put this plan together, and also with the guidance of the county staff that say, they've met or they've done previous plans, and so they are aware of what to do, and they will be our guidance through the process. So I trust that we will be able to accommodate the requests of this area plan as it was put together. So I was happy. There's a lot of input and community gatherings, and then also Zoom meetings. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, that has participated, the staff and all the people that have lived in the people in the area that live there. They provided their input too. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. So as I see this, who is not involved in the area plan and did not go to the hearings, but certainly have heard from my colleagues who were there, and this is in their district, and correct me if I'm wrong, because it seems to me that we have really only one area of real major division or controversy with regards to the area plan. And first I want to say congratulations, that's amazing. That you were able to, as a very diverse community, get together and have over 30 meetings, and quite frankly, being able to come out with a very thorough document, and as one of our speakers said, to really reflect the values of your community for now and moving forward, and to keep Doni, as I think somebody said. I think it's wonderful to hear from you this evening. And I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done, and to the staff as well, and to my two colleagues, Supervisor Begay and of course Vice Chair Vasquez, for all your work in this. And it's come down to, as I see it, and correct me if I'm wrong, really one area of controversy, and that has to do with parcels of land that may be sold to a different jurisdiction, whether it be a tribal entity, whether it be the state of Arizona, the federal government, whomever. And that has to do with how that is addressed under the area plan. And the area plan committee, not without controversy, came up with policy LU 24, which basically says, if necessary, the County Board of Supervisors should appeal to the Governor of Arizona and the U.S. Secretary of Interior in opposition to efforts to remove land from said jurisdiction. That is an active no and an active movement to appeal, removing land from the jurisdiction, quite frankly, of Coconino County and of the area plan, versus, which is what the Planning and Zoning Department has recommended as LU 24, which says, should the county receive notification of an application to transfer to another jurisdiction, whether it be state, federal, tribal, the county should actively seek area plan community input when formulating a response to jurisdictional changes. It's not a solid no. It says, hey, if this happens, you're going to actively seek area plan community input. What planning and zoning then goes on to say is what the area plan committee has come up with violates other provisions of the comprehensive plan, which promotes coordination of land use planning with sovereign tribal nations and tribal governments on land use issues. So because of a concern with regards to the comprehensive plan, they have come up with some alternative language. Am I missing something here? Or is that really what this is about? Am I right?
Madam Chair, this is Andy. I think you've explained it and summarized it extremely well.
All right. So really what we don't really, it's not a matter of what state can and cannot do, what the tribe can and cannot do, what anybody can and cannot do. It's what we, as the Board of Supervisors, want to include in as an area plan, and as to what we, as the Board of Supervisors, want to do when we are faced with a situation where property could possibly be transferred outside of our jurisdiction. And so with that, I have a concern, a legal concern. So I am going to ask Monique if you can answer this. And I understand that it could be a major amendment, which could go in contraindication of our comprehensive plan. Another word isn't violation, but contraindication of our comprehensive plan. And we can do it as a major amendment, and that's allowable, and we can do that. Or if we stay consistent with our comprehensive plan, it's a minor amendment. But my question is, assuming we went with the recommendation of the area plan committee, and that is, if necessary, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors should appeal to the governor of Arizona and the U.S. Secretary of Interior in opposition to efforts to remove land from said jurisdiction. Is that discriminatory? Have we discriminated against a jurisdiction, a potential jurisdiction and buyer of property here in Coconino County?
Chair Horstman, supervisors, I think in order for me to answer that question, I would have to understand a little better. My understanding is that the only land transfers that would be impacted would be land that is currently owned by either the federal government or the state of Arizona. That's where the opposition would come in. Does it also apply, in which case it would not be discriminatory? Would this also apply for land held by other entities?
Well, it certainly would be by tribal entities.
Tribal entities.
Also, Madam Chair, if I may, another one is, in the future, there's always the potential of gradual creep of annexations, as the populations grow. So it adds other potential jurisdictions into that question on that.
Well, like, for example, I guess, well, of course, that's state, but I was going to say universities, but.
The city and annexing land, we need to write a letter to the governor opposing that and to the Secretary of Interior to explain that we do not want the city to annex the land now.
But that's
So
through an
the Secretary of
annexation.
Interior, we're supposed to write that letter to the Secretary of Interior and the governor opposing that.
Supervisor Fowler, you bring a good point. In, obviously, if it's a city annexation, there's a city annexation process set by statute. And which is not what draft policy LU 24 is.
What it says is that the any jurisdiction, other jurisdiction, but what it's trying to refer to is tribes. So, and I guess this is where Madam Chair, I just jumped in, but we don't have authority over federal action. So we're talking about tribes here. We're not talking about the state or town and annexation. So we need to just be clear as to what we are opposed to.
Yeah. And Supervisor Fowler, thank you for jumping in. I just want to make sure I understood, and after hearing from you, I think I understand exactly what's going on too.
Yeah, and so to Donny Park, I'd like to ask the staff, since how many residents are in the in this area plan? What's the population, and what's the diversity of that population? How many were on the committee, and what was the diversity of the committee? So when we start honing down into one section and becoming, it's just listening to it, it's just us against them. And I think that, we're talking about, having a community plan and looking into the future. We're assuming that this new organization does not value dark sky, doesn't value, the same values we have, whoever the community has. And so we don't want, we're just and that's why we have to come up with a policy to say no. You can give us all the authority that you want to the Board of Supervisors, but with Board of Supervisors, we are an arm of the state.
That's right.
And we have our policies, and we are not the federal government to be able to oppose the federal federal action and federal policies are outside of our realm of authority.
Yeah. Supervisor Fowler, I see it that way too. And that's why I was asking our deputy county attorney, would the LU 24 as recommended by the committee, is that discriminatory? It puts an additional onus over and above the laws and policies of the federal government of the state of Arizona with regards to land purchase and transfer in Coconino County.
Chair Horstman, supervisors. So the way that the amendment was written by the committee, it's my understanding, was a letter of opposition. So I guess my question probably to maybe Andy is, are there any federal or state or probably not tribal, because that's sovereign, are there any requirements you're aware of that would require approval of the County Board of Supervisors? I'm just trying to understand, would the letter of opposition be contrary to any existing law regarding a transfer of land within Coconino County?
Mm-hmm.
Monique, this is Andy to answer your question. If the land is held by a private property owner, then that land is subject to all the rules, policies, laws, et cetera, of that local government. We, Coconino County, are the local government. For tribal entities or state or federal land, it's a different process. And the local government can certainly comment. We have area plans like this that would allow us the talking points to provide comment to the decision-making authorities. But direct decision-making authority, if the land is held in federal trust or federal land or what have you, or a tribal entity, then that is a different dynamic. And we can certainly provide input as a local representing government, but we don't have direct decision-making authority.
And I guess, because we need an answer to the question, nobody's answering it. And it says, if necessary, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors should appeal. Words have meaning, should appeal to the governor of Arizona and the U.S. Secretary of Interior in opposition to efforts to remove land from said jurisdiction. And so I'm really asking you, is that even legal?
I can't answer the legal question, but further, it's my understanding the way the original condition was written, it's very specific to fee simple land being converted to trust. It's our experience that generally only happens for our tribal entities. So by default, it can be a condition that's specifically written for those tribal entities. The legal question I will let Monique answer.
Yeah, I would have to do some additional research. I know that Aaron Lumpkin from County Attorney's Office was involved. Did he ever get asked that question?
I believe he was involved, Monique, during the process, and it's a reason that's and his involvement is a reason that staff has put a lot of work and effort into this process and offered the alternative language for that condition. I believe Supervisor Ryan had his hand raised.
Madam,
Ryan, do you have any input on this?
Madam Chair, I would recommend that we go into executive session.
I think that's a good idea. Members,
I'll make the motion. Okay.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye to go into executive session. Aye.
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 Supervisor Begay.
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
we're going into executive session. Do we have this set up as an executive session, or can we ask if our clerk can send us a Teams invite?
I'm sending one to you all now.
You are
So we need to close out of this Zoom meeting. That's correct. Go into the
Please.
Teams,
Yes,
and then when we're
you
done,
must
close.
leave this meeting, and then let's go into our Teams meeting. Members of the public, we will be back. We have a couple legal questions that we need answered before we can proceed on this on our agenda items. So we'll be back with you shortly. Please be patient.
I apologize, but I need a phone number sent to me. I'm just not able to zoom in. All right, thanks.
And that's true for Supervisor Begay as well. Thank you, Supervisor. Okay.
Lindsay?
What do you need, Jay?
Oh, do we leave this meeting, go to the other one, correct?
Yes, you leave the meeting and go to the Teams, but you have to close out of this one.
Okay, thanks, Sue.
Thank you.
No, we have to wait to get Judy and Lena back and by phone.
Chair, I got them both by phone.
All right. I think we have, we have both of them by phone. Do we have Matt back and Geronimo back?
Yes, they're back as well, just promoting. There we go.
All right. All right, are they promoted? I see
am.
that. There we go. And is Geronimo back? We have Lena, we have Judy, there he is. Hi, Vice Chair. Okay. Members of the public, we are back in open public meeting and in accordance with our agendas and the Arizona open meeting law, there are some areas that we can ask to go into executive session. A request was made by a board member to go into executive session for advice from legal counsel in accordance with the open meeting law. That was done. We are back from executive session, and members of the board, we have gone through our public hearing. We have had some discussion with members of the board with regards to the adoption of a resolution 2022-53, approving an update to the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan. We have taken a look at that, and I am going to turn this over to members of the board for either further comments or to entertain a motion on this matter.
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and start. Upon reviewing and the plan and listening, on my end, I personally I'm really wanting to see this plan approved. Yet based on legal counsel and what we're hearing about LU 24, policy LU 24, that that language might not be the best language for this area plan. So I would like to see us move forward with the area plan minus LU 24 and give the community opportunity with our staff to find a better language for LU 24. So that's where I'm at right now with this area plan. Thank you.
Any other comments? I don't think that was a motion, was it?
Supervisor Begay?
No, I wanted to give other board members opportunity to comment first.
All right, very good. So Supervisor Begay?
Yes, I just want to say I do agree with Geronimo that we should maybe proceed with everything except with the verbiage of the LU 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments? Supervisor Ryan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, the irony is we have something that people have worked on for 3 years, as noted, and you know, it's their community. There's a lot of passion that went into it, and as you go through the documents that we have before us, as well as further review of what they had gone over, the preservation of the area, the value components associated with it are expressed throughout. You see consistency with different chapters within the comprehensive plan. And so, and as noted in the initial comments by the co-chairs, you brought together people of differing views, but aligned quite well. So in respecting both Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Vasquez, as well as their prior supervisors, Parks and Archuleta, I think the intent of what the plan is and getting the community together and to build that plan, it brought them together to create a really good document. So, you know, I wanted to give just a little bit more, and I think, you know, I've heard from Supervisor Vasquez quite a bit on this, and some from Supervisor Begay about this. Appreciate everything the community's done. So I would agree with the idea of moving forward with the all the other elements. There are pieces associated with LU-24 that, you know, not only based on legal advice, but you know, looking at what I approve it under the current state, I would not, that particular element. If it had a chance to go back and have further review with staff and the appropriate committee, then maybe it can achieve the some of the concerns of the desired outcomes that the community was trying to present, if it can. And I would leave that to a future conversation associated with it. So I really do think it's a good recommendation to pause on this and not let this hang up something that the community worked so hard for. The one other piece that I will bring up, and that's where I was going with my initial questions when Chair, you were looking for process and I was hopping into it, is I also see plans, any of the plans that we create. One element is very important, that we involve our communities, so it's not a top down. We get it from the community.
That's right.
But the other piece of that is, it is also a plan to advise for the future. And so I always see our plans as flexible documents as time changes. And an issue that we have, and there are elements that Melissa spoke to that the community discussed in some of the variability and potential housing that can occur. By locking a lot of parcels into being large parcels, it will shift the demographics. And I saw it happen, as I mentioned, in parks. So while I don't favor that approach associated with the plan, I recognize that it was created by the community. It's what's being brought forward. And with that, you know, I can support the plan as written, with the exception of LU-24. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. And just, I would agree with Vice Chair Vasquez that given the very hard work that's gone on by the Area Plan Committee, 3 years, over 30 meetings, all the work that's been done by the committee members and, quite frankly, the county staff, you know, a big thank you to all of you. You know, this is an excellent area plan in many, many ways. I do have some concerns with policy LU-24 and both recommendations from the committee itself versus the planning and zoning. I'm not sure it gets to where I'm hearing from the community they want to be. And yet I'm concerned about the recommendation from the planning committee itself on the legality or the authority for the planning and zoning, or I'm sorry, the authority for the Board of Supervisors to enter into that policy. So I don't think we're there yet on policy LU-24, but boy, given the incredible work and excellent job that was done for the rest of that area plan. I would also like to see us go forward and approve that and withhold, and by the way, with the two minor, I believe there are two minor changes, modification policy CC 0.5 and NE 1.4. I do not have a problem with, and also the plan as presented by the commission with the removal of LU 24 for further review and for further recommendations for an amendment to policy LU 24. I am going to defer to my colleagues on that motion. And if there is a motion made to that effect, that we follow the appropriate procedure to bring LU 24 back to us in the appropriate manner and within the appropriate timeline. So that would be those would be my comments. Any other comments before we entertain a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. When we think about an area plan, we think that, that all the residents were in the impacted area have been involved and very diverse conversation has happened, and that it is the idea of and the planning of the whole community, not just a segment of a community. So we trust that that happens when an area plan is put together. I'm really happy that, the area plan is pretty much in line with the comprehensive plan, and also the value that community sees. It's really good, and also the concerns and the love of a community is really important, and that really comes out. And I'm happy that there was conversation that was had about the affordable housing, and that is what is really facing us, and regions around the Flagstaff community. City of Flagstaff becomes the where workers end up living, and we are in a housing shortage. So because of that, I'm really happy that that conversation took place. And then to learn about the limitations because of just the infrastructure that is in place, or just the availability of water. So that is really good, good to know. I am in support of moving forward with this area plan as presented, except for the LU 24 as mentioned. I believe that needs to be reworded so that it is so in the future, whenever that it is rescheduled. So that would be my comment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments before we entertain a motion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
A motion that we approve the area plan as written, minus with the two minor amendments, but without land use policy number 24 to be revisited at another time.
I second the motion.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Vasquez. We have a second from Supervisor Begay. Before we vote on that, I'm going to ask our staff, do we need to take any kind of friendly amendments to the motion and second to meet the requirements and procedures for timelines? Or are we okay as presented? Jay?
Madam Chair, yes, you are correct. We have met the statutory requirement, and I think we have good direction to amend LU 24 as discussed.
Very good. Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Members of the board, all those in favor of going forward with this very extensive area plan and the 2 minor amendments, with the exception of policy LU 24, which will be revised and will come back for further review and vote. All those in favor of proceeding, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We have, it is unanimous. So it has in fact passed, minus LU 24, which will come back. And again, I think you've heard from all of the members of the board how grateful we are for the community coming together and working so diligently for 3 years on this area plan. I think that the results really speak for themselves and will do very good to be the building blocks now and for the future for this community. So thank you all, and thank you for everyone who was at our public hearing today and provided comments. Really, really appreciate hearing from members of our community, and to Vice Chair Vasquez and to Supervisor Begay. Thank you for your leadership and very hard work working with the committee on the area plan. Really appreciate this. And it's a big effort, and it takes a community to build a community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the board, it is getting late and we have come to the end of our agenda. So unless anybody has any further comments, I would like to say good night to you all. It's been a very, very good meeting, and appreciate everybody's input here today.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Hey, everyone.
Good night.